Okay, it's just you and I, Larry.
Is it?
We don't need the distance, do we? Is this good enough?
Is Jamie coming?
There's going to be a third person, and
Yeah.
she's on her way. Yeah, she's on her way. So I'll
Okay.
just give opening remarks and then
Well,
you sit
let-
wherever you want, and you don't have to wear your mask.
well, that way I'll let her, and she can be a rose between two thorns.
There you go.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Right now, we are at the Kenai Classic Roundtable, which is a little bit different this year. We're going to keep it a little bit more casual, which will hopefully facilitate a really great conversation on these interesting topics that we have forward here. So the purpose of this event is kind of to be a field hearing, and this, like I said, will be a little bit more intimate than we have in the past, but still three very important topics, and we welcome any participation from the audience. And just so all of you know, this is going to be live streamed. There may be questions coming through the live stream as well. I also do want to note the two exits. We have one here and then in the back. Feel free to come and go as you please, and there's still food in the back, so make sure you get your refreshments. And the schedule here might change a little bit depending on when our public officials are able to show up. So I want to introduce our first two panelists, and we might have a third come as well. We have Larry Burton from Senator Sullivan's office, and John McKinnon from the Alaska Department of Transportation, and Jamie O'Connor.
All right.
Welcome, Jamie, with the office of Senator Murkowski. And these three panelists are going to talk about infrastructure, various topics related to the industry and how these large conversations on infrastructure have been moving forward in DC. So, Larry, if you're willing to kick it off.
Well, I defer to my senior senator first, right? Unless
Very
you want me
appropriate.
to start, Jamie, or what?
I will defer to the senior staffer.
Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me here. It's great to be here. I want to compliment Senator Murkowski's office for putting a lot of work into the infrastructure bill that passed the Senate. As you know, this bill was 2,800 pages long, so it took a while to go through, which is why they took so many votes. Sorry about that. Because it took a while to read the bill. But the bill's not over. It's not finished. It has to go to the House of Representatives, where it's sitting there in limbo until the House passes their budget resolution and budget reconciliation bill, which they're working on. So I think the timing for the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan bill, is probably going to be in mid to late September. Jamie, you may have a different view, but that's kind of my take. So there's a lot in the bill. As Senator Sullivan always says, Alaska is a resource-rich but infrastructure-poor state, and so getting infrastructure built in our state can help us unlock our potential. There's a historic infrastructure deficit in the state, whether it's roads or bridges or airports or ferry systems or the Coast Guard. A number of things, broadband, potential help for the gas pipeline. All these things are potentially in there. Also, there's some language in there that helps us deal with China in terms of critical minerals. So there's a lot of numbers, right? I'm going to go through a few, and Jamie can certainly enhance some of those numbers. But the basic bill was built on three bills that were going through the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee relating to surface transportation, drinking water, and highway bill. So a lot of this is built on a bipartisan effort through the committee. There's $550 billion over 5 years for physical infrastructure, and it includes $3.5 billion for Alaska. So, John, you get to spend a little bit of that money over the next few years. It includes $110 billion over 5 years for roads and bridges. Now, one thing that Senator Sullivan worked on was permitting reform, because you can't have a lot of money that's out there and then not have a permitting process that is stuck. So they're trying to include the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council, making it permanent, and basically making sure that you can use it for projects regardless of size, or it includes those sponsored by land owned by tribes, Alaska Native corporations, and Native Hawaiian organizations. And importantly, it codifies the Trump administration's one federal decision, one federal policy decision, which helps us on highway projects. It includes significant funding for water infrastructure, which is really critical for Alaska. It includes a top line of $55 billion for over 5 years for water infrastructure, and reauthorizes an increase for Alaska's portion of the Safe Water Drinking Act program from $40 million to $60 million by 2026. And there's $3.5 billion over 5 years for the Indian Health Service sanitation facilities, which will help many Alaska Native villages. Importantly in the bill is broadband. That wasn't done as elegantly as the Surface Transportation Bill and Safe Water Drinking bills were out of the EPW committee. So the Commerce Committee had some basic insight into it, but this broadband section was really written by the bipartisan group. It composed of $42.45 billion of grants over 5 years based on states' high cost and underserved communities. So Alaska stands to benefit by $1.5 billion over 5 years, which is significant. There's a number of other numbers, and again, just bear with me, and Jamie can help correct if I'm going off the edge here, but there's money in here for ferries, provides $1 billion over 5 years for the new Essential Ferry Service program to service isolated rural communities. There's a $250 million pilot program for efficient ferry programs, with at least one of the pilot programs being conducted in the state with the most marine highway system miles, which happens to be Alaska, right, exactly. It gives $3 billion over 5 years for the Tribal Transportation Program. Importantly, for the Coast Guard, there's $187 million for Coast Guard construction priorities in Kodiak, Seward, and Ketchikan. The Denali Commission, which is a really important organization that helps with Alaska's rural needs, it provides $75 million for the Denali Commission and provides an additional $20 million annually to address the regional infrastructure needs of Alaskan communities. So that to me is significant. The Denali Commission has been around for a while, but I think this really puts a shot in the arm.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about the Shackwalk project. It's going to reinstate the authorization for that project, which maintains a 325-mile road. So that's helpful. And then when it comes to bridges, there's $40 billion over 5 years. And of course, Alaska has quite a few bridges, 141 bridges that are classified as structurally deficient. With respect to wastewater, there's $10 billion over 5 years to reduce and limit PFAS, which is really the forever chemicals. There's money in there for the Safe Drinking Water, Alaska Village Safe Water Drinking Act, which is $40 million between 2022 and 2024. There's $50 million in 2025 and $60 million in 2026. I hope you're seeing a trend here. They're trying to go through systematically much of the infrastructure and make sure that it's smartly targeted. There's Water Infrastructure Improvement for the Nation Act for disadvantaged communities, which is funded at $70 million for 2022 and escalates over the following years. With respect to energy and a focus on Alaska, it makes the Alaska LNG project eligible for Department of Energy loan guarantees up to $18 billion. That's quite a chunk of change and opportunity there. It includes a utility set aside to address grid resiliency and $1 billion specifically for remote or rural areas. There's a revolving fund that deals with electric transmission lines. There's $4.7 billion for programs to plug, remediate, and reclaim orphan wells on federal, state, and tribal lands. There's $3.5 billion for the Weatherization Assistance Program. So it makes Alaska hydropower and water storage projects eligible for Bureau of Reclamation demonstration grants. I mentioned earlier the importance of permitting reform and the one federal decision. With respect to resiliency, there's $7.3 billion over 5 years, which is in formula funding, which is going to go to states for competitive grants to make resiliency improvements to deal with weather and natural disasters. I mentioned earlier critical minerals and the importance of having access to those and making sure that there's a permitting process that allows production on federal lands, and that was really driven by Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan. With respect to the port, we have a strategically important port in the Port of Alaska. It does provide $2.25 billion over 5 years for the U.S. Maritime Administration Port Infrastructure Development Program. And it gives $350 million for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to continue their regulatory program. Now, with respect to recreational fishing, I'll just give you a couple of comments on that. There's some important provisions relating to the recreational fishing community. The American Sports Fishing Association did issue a press release supporting the bill, which we were glad to see. And importantly, it funds at $172 million the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund. And that helps deal with salmon research and habitat restoration programs throughout the whole Pacific Northwest. It also authorizes $1 billion for the National Culvert Removal, Replacement, and Restoration Program, which deals with hundreds of culverts around the country that block upstream migrations of anadromous fish, such as salmon. It included a renewal of the Sport Fish Restoration Boating Trust Fund, which is an important program. And of course, locally, there's the Sterling Highway Reroute is a state DOT project that'll be largely funded with highway dollars, and John can talk more about what that means. So your eyes are probably drooping, and you're probably getting a little bored with the numbers, but this is a huge bill, 2,800 pages. It kind of went through a strange process, showed the Senate can work, and now it's going to be in the House, as I mentioned earlier. Hopefully, the House will not make changes. If they do make changes, that's going to complicate things quite a bit. We're hoping it could get to the President's desk here in the fall. And these bills don't happen without the input of people like you in the room, because members of Congress don't just make this stuff up. They have to hear from their states. They have to hear from their constituencies. So September is going to be an interesting month. We really appreciate all your support. I know the Senator appreciates all your advice and counsel. And I'm going to hand this over to Jamie to correct anything I said.
Well, thank you, Larry, and thank you for reading out those numbers for us. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm going to have to talk to John about the construction on the Seward Highway. But thank you all for welcoming me here and for coming together today. I also was asked to convey Caleb's regrets that he was unable to be here and send the senators heartfelt hellos as well. So kind of dovetailing into what Larry has already shared, I think I have spent the last week and a half in Southeast Alaska, and they are dependent upon the ferry system and doing quite a bit to add to that system and look toward electric ferries. And we're seeing the tie-in of all of the work that all of you have done to advocate for your various projects come to realization in this bill. So that was really exciting to see. As a relatively new Senate staffer, I got to close that loop with the work that we had been doing for months in DC. I know the Senator was very proud to be part of the core foundational group of 10 working on this legislation, and is hopeful to steward it through the rest of the process, as Larry mentioned, through this fall. I won't bore you with more numbers, but I think a couple of things to note. This would also fund $429 million in the Coast Guard's unfunded priorities, which as anglers and fishermen, I think is a priority of yours and mine as well. Maintain safety of our mariners. It will also add to our climate and coastal resilience. It will add $216 million in tribal climate resilience efforts. And in Alaska, we have over 200 indigenous communities that live along navigable waters who would be eligible for that funding. It's hugely important for our state. see here. It would also add quite a bit to our energy and natural resources. Alaska is the gold standard in how we address the utilization of our resources, both renewable and non. And I believe this bill will add $264 million in funding for geothermal, wind, solar energy, and will help with the employment and expansion of renewable resources in Alaska, and would help to remove barriers to participation from Alaska and Alaskan Indian tribes that are part of the bill's Energy Infrastructure Act. So we're moving to, as Larry said, fund and clear the way for these important infrastructure projects in Alaska. Let us see here. I apologize. I've been on the road and my notes are on my phone. But yeah, I guess in closing, I would just offer ourselves to answer any questions about the barrage of numbers you've just heard and priorities that you would like to see stewarded forward in the process. And I'm excited to meet you all and put faces to the emails.
So you're looking at me, I guess it's
I'm
my
looking
turn
at you.
now.
Looking at you,
Perfect.
John.
They touched on all the numbers. I don't want to play with those numbers. They're giving us, they and their bosses were incredible in getting a bill through the Senate that has a lot of Alaska-specific funding to it that is going to present the Department of Transportation a tremendous challenge over the next 5 to 9 years, because even though it's a 5-year bill, it lingers on for a while on spending. You could pull the first slide up. Sorry. I don't have the clicker, so I'll have to say next slide here when we do this. I like to start off, with a little bit about what the Department of Transportation is, because we're more than just the people that plow the roads in the winter and put up the traffic stops in the summer for a construction program that make you wait in line for an hour or two when you're driving down here. Next slide, please. The Department of Transportation, just simple metrics I put out there. We've got almost 12,000 lane miles of road that we own, operate, and maintain. 74 staffed maintenance stations to do that, spread throughout the state. 235 rural airports. We're one of the few DOTs that own airports and operate airports, and we've got 235 airports spread throughout the state. And of those 235 airports, 140 of them are the only way in and out for that community year-round. They are entirely dependent on that airport, and the airport is typically a 3,400-foot strip, with some with lights, some without lights, and it's a gravel strip usually. We also have the 2 international airports, Anchorage and Fairbanks, and Anchorage continues to blow away the records on the amount of freight moving through it because of its geographical position. We have, that says 12, we actually have 10 ships in the Marine Highway fleet, 6 of what we hope operate all the time. We got rid of our 2 fast ferries, which were incredible ships, but they just didn't work in Alaska, and we've got a 50-year-old Malaspina that's sitting there, and we're trying to figure out how to dispose of it. Those ships have 35 ports of call spread from Ketchikan, or actually Bellingham, down in the continent or the contiguous United States, clear out to Dutch Harbor. We have 835 bridges in all of our highway system, 7,400 pieces of equipment, and down to small vehicles that are used by every single state agency. We own, operate, and maintain those things. 837 buildings. Actually, the number is more like 1,200. A few years ago, they created a Division of Facility Services as part of this consolidation to lower the cost for everyone by consolidating them under one agency, and that we're also doing with HR and other things. And it has yet to be proven, as Doug would attest to, that it lowers the cost for everyone. But like good soldiers, we're doing what we've been directed to do. And anyway, we are a big agency. We have a motto, and it used to be that we touch every Alaskan every day, but we discovered about a year and a half ago, that the word touch isn't the appropriate word to use. So we say now we reach every Alaskan, or serve every Alaskan every day. Next slide, please. We're divided into 3 separate regions in the state on our transportation section. Northern region with a whole bunch of, and then we've got the central region too, which is the blue region there. Next slide. and South Coast region, which is kind of geographically separated between Southeast Alaska and Kodiak Island, the Alaska Peninsula out to the Aleutians. And every region is got different characteristics, different responsibilities, and unfortunately, from a management standpoint, it's got a different personality and acts like a DOT, a separate DOT within itself. Next slide, please. We have a number of construction projects on the Kenai Peninsula that directly affect you, and probably the one that I really want to point to is the Cooper Landing Bypass. That project has the distinction of being the longest environmental impact statement in U.S. history. It started in the late 70s. The record of decision was signed in the summer of 18, about 6 months before I started the job. And you know, it took so long for a variety of reasons, not the least of which it was controversial. Do you rebuild the road through Cooper Landing, or do you do a complete bypass? And, you know, it was pretty much split 50-50. It also had the problem that it would get turned on and turned off. You would get a new governor, a new regional director who would say, we need to focus on that project. Then you get a new one that says, you know, forget about that one. It's too expensive. We're not going to do it. And so it's been turned on and off a couple of times. And when I came on board, they had signed the record of decision and had a design and construction schedule of 10 to 12 years. Well, you add 12 years of construction, you add that to the longest EIS in U.S. history, and that was adding insult to injury. So first thing I said was, how can we speed this up? And what we did was we put together what's called a CMGC contracting method. And that's one where you get the contractor on board early when the design is being started. We already had the elements of the project in there as part of the EIS and all the mitigation required. But when you bring the contractor on early, get that contractor's experience and knowledge involved with the design project, and so the designers get the benefit of that experience and knowledge, and you end up cut the development and construction time typically in half on this thing. So what was a 10 to 12 year design construction schedule turned into a 5 to 6 year schedule, and we're finishing up year 2 of that thing. So you might have noticed there's some construction going on. That's the west end connection of the Cooper Landing bypass. Scarcella Brothers is doing it. We're getting ready to bid the east end connection of that. And then there's the middle piece, which are 2 11-mile road sections and an incredible bridge that's over Juneau Creek that is going to be, they say, one of the longest span bridges in Alaska. And if you can look at it from the side, it's going to be beautiful. It's one of those, it's like Hurricane Gulch. It'll have an arch underneath it and a flat top on top, and it's going to be beautiful. And the reason I want to talk about that particular project, about how we went from, you know, a 10 to 12 year design and bid and construction schedule down to a 5 to 6 year, is the challenge we're faced with this windfall of money that our delegation in Congress has put in the queue for us. Our highway program alone is going to increase over 40%. That's just in the formula funds. There are all sorts of grant programs. He mentioned the bridge program and other grant programs that we'll be eligible for if we apply. And our airport program is going to double. The challenge there is, how do we manage that many transactions? You know, DOT is an old organization. It has been run and designed and built by engineers, and engineers are very good at creating and following a set of instructions, but they're not that good at keeping things simple. So what we're trying to do now is queue things up and at this point, and be ready when this tsunami of money hits us, because the last thing we want to do as a transportation department is leave any money on the table at the end of the year. With the aviation program, with the federal highway program, if you don't obligate those funds by the end of the federal fiscal year, which actually they turn their computers off the middle of September for transactions, if we don't obligate those funds by that point, we lose them that year. And again, the last thing we want to do as a state who loves federal funds and who really needs transportation improvements, we don't want to leave any money on the table. I've got a meeting next week. We're basically putting a war room together, a meeting next week of the 3 regional directors and some other directors in the department to look at how we currently do business and how we can improve that performance to manage a 40 to 100% increase in the number of transactions we have to do. And it is not going to be simple. We've got to do business differently. Larry mentioned the permitting improvements. A couple of years ago in the Trump administration, they went through a NEPA reform process, which was just a great thing to do. And even though, it considerably, seriously improves the whole NEPA process, you didn't hear any complaints about it from either side of the political spectrum, because both Democrats, Republicans recognize it as an improvement that was needed. It should improve our ability to get these projects through the permitting process. I'm working on those various aspects of what we need to do internally. I need at least a dozen more people in the department, 6 of which to handle these transactions. A full-time grant writer, and a number of other positions to handle this kind of money. But the last thing we want to do as a department leave money on the table. I kind of went off on a ramble there, and I want to see where I am on slide-wise. There are other projects. Next slide. Oh, she frees up on you?
That's why we need the broadband.
That happens to me every time, I think that this project shows some of the construction projects on the Kenai Peninsula. I don't think there's a project that we have there that is not going to improve the access to fishing. And I already talked about the Cooper Landing project. It's called Sterling Highway 45 to 60. Great project. You saw before that as you go on the Seward Highway coming around the Portage Curve. That is almost a $100 million project. It's phase 2 of a much larger project that is actually 5 new bridges and some highway and passing lanes. It's a great project that's going to cut down some of the bottlenecks and some of the issues. We've got more projects on the Seward Highway, milepost 17 to 22. Just finished up the agreement of the project like that. We've got to widen our right-of-way, and in order to do that, we need to have an agreement with the Forest Service, because we need a sliver of land from the Chugach Forest, and it's not always easy to deal with the federal government at times, especially land agencies. Forest Service in the past has been difficult. Got an incredible relationship with the Forest Service right now. With the regional forest, Dave Schmidt is just a treasure, and unfortunately he's going to be retiring soon, but he's been great to deal with, and our land transactions have been super. Anyway, great projects there. Next slide, please. Here's some specific projects that will help the fisheries access on the peninsula that you guys all will definitely get the benefit from, because and next slide. And I talked about the challenges that we have as a department, and there are internal challenges, labor issues. It's hard to recruit, it's hard to retain, when all we talk about at the government level is we need to cut government. I have a difficult time recruiting and retaining engineers and really good people to manage those, because we probably cut government, at least on my side, too much, and I wouldn't be surprised if Doug would agree to that too. But the other challenge we have is, I love this slide. I got this in 2005 from Federal Highway Department, and that famous Al Gore hockey stick climate change graph. This is what we face in environmental permitting, and it starts in 1880 and shows the Rivers and Harbors Act, Migratory Bird Act, and federal laws were fairly flat. They didn't increase that much until the mid-60s, and as a result of a lot of problems that occurred in the Interstate Expansion Program, we saw the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, NEPA, and law after law after law that have kind of snowballed on themselves, that the amount of federal laws that we have to comply with and deal with for every project is monumental. The anecdotal story that I've used for quite a few years, that in 1970, when we had a construction project, 90 cents out of every dollar went as a payment to the contractor, okay? 10 cents out of every dollar was design and permitting and administration. Well, today that number is under 70 cents of every dollar of a project goes to the payments to the contractor. So we're spending 20 cents out of every dollar on, on that graph right there, on process that we're required to do, on process that we put in place ourselves. And what that does, it's not just the dollar amount that we're spending, it's the time that it takes to do that slows us down. And so I will state once again, the biggest challenge we're going to have as the Department of Transportation is spending the money, building the transportation projects that these people's employers, their bosses, were so generous in getting us. The little elevator speech that I give to my people that they get very tired of hearing after a while is that our job at the Department of Transportation on the construction side of this, on spending these federal dollars, is to provide completed transportation improvements so the public gets the benefit of them. And when we spend 5 years developing that project and getting it to construction, the public gets the benefit of it. But when we spend 15 or 20 years doing the same thing, adding some bells and whistle and putting more process, the public isn't getting the benefit of that. So we need to improve our job, and that's one of the things we're focusing on at the Department of Transportation. So, rambled on a little bit, but I once I get on my soapbox, it's hard to shut me up. So, thank you.
Can I make a couple more comments just to build on John's and Jamie's comments I forgot to make, or maybe didn't make them very eloquently? First of all, the bill is not perfect, right? This is democracy. It was written by a number of different people, but if the choice is an imperfect bill versus a $6 trillion bill that was going to be done in a very partisan way, but in both the House and the Senate, that had no Alaskan priorities, that's a missed opportunity. So that's sort of point number one I wanted to reinforce. Secondly, as John was talking about, this money is going to the states, basically, and it'll actually plus up some of the federal programs. So, agencies like the Department of Transportation are going to be important, and that's where we have to have the ability to make our case. One thing that's a statistic I think is interesting is Alaska contributes the third least of any state to the Highway Trust Fund, but we get the most back by far. We get back $7 for every dollar we put in. So it's a pretty good deal. The third thing is permitting reform. As we talked about it, I think all of us have touched on it. Here's an interesting statistics. In America, it takes almost 9 years to permit a bridge, 9 to 19 years to permit a highway. And at a gold mine recently in Alaska, it took 20 years to permit. So this whole effort that Senator Sullivan and Senator Murkowski and others, and Congressman Young, are working to streamline this permitting process is really, really, really important. If you can spend $1 zillion if you can't actually permit these projects. So that's going to be a focus. And then finally, we've thrown out a lot of numbers at everybody here, and I would just direct you to, I know the press release from Senator Sullivan's office goes into detail if you want to actually reference that. I'm sure Senator Murkowski has a similar document.
Yes,
So if you want to actually go back and look at the numbers and share with your teams or your organizations, please reference those press releases. It'll be in a much more organized fashion than my presentation here. Thank you very much.
And I talk about how long it takes to develop a project, and I'll sit with the people in the regions, and I get this. Well, this is the way we do things. This is the way we've always done it, and I point to a project that was done in northern region out of Fairbanks, the Kivalina Access Road. Okay, this is a 12-mile road across new country out of Kivalina to a new school location because the village of Kivalina is having some coastal erosion issues. And we got an EIS for that in 18 months. And within 8 months after that, it was under construction. That's phenomenal. And when I hear from the regions, well, we can't do that, I say, well, they did it there. See how they did it, and follow their steps and what they did, and see if you can do it here. And so I keep trying to tell them we can do better than we do, and frankly, we're going to have to. Otherwise, we're going to leave money on the table, and that's just not acceptable. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you three so much. And before I open it up to questions, I kind of wanted to just start with, it seemed from an outsider's perspective in Washington, D.C., that a lot of the conflict on the infrastructure conversations really had to do with what infrastructure is. And probably if we asked every single person in this room, we'd get a slightly different definition. And certainly in Washington, D.C., I think that would probably very much be the case. But it seems like infrastructure generally is really anything that stimulates economic growth. And you know, all three of you spoke to a lot of interesting things, including regulatory streamlining that really will you know, stimulate the economy in Alaska and definitely in the rest of the country. So really appreciate those specific topics. I have one question coming in, and then I'll open it up to the crowd. And I think, John, this is for you. The Matsu Valley has invested millions in restoring habitat connectivity in Alaska with great success. Can you talk about culvert design and replacement and where that might fit in this infrastructure bill?
You know, I don't think you touched on it, Larry, but there is a chunk of money in there for culvert, for specifically fish passage culvert. You know, a lot of the culverts we have in our roads are old galvanized that are failing. The aluminum ones last a little bit longer than the galvanized ones, and a lot of those are failing. It's a very expensive process to replace that because, of course, the inconvenience to the public, we've got to close the road off for a little while, at least one lane part of the time. We're trying to replace the culverts when we do that with the plastic ones, which last a lot longer. We haven't had any of those corrode out yet because plastic doesn't. We do have a problem that sometimes the ends of them float a little bit and get purged and don't work. Where we do deal with fish passage, you know, it's the priority as part of the permitting process is to put fish passage culverts in. I was on a road project. Actually, it was one that we're connecting a series of logging roads in southeast Alaska to connect the village of Cake with Frederick Sound that gets them close to Petersburg. And they were putting in a fish passage culvert, big plate culvert arch. You know, I think it was 12 foot in diameter. But they've got to get dirt and rocks in the middle of that in order to give it habitat or the right kind of environment for fish passage. You don't want a bare aluminum culvert or steel or plastic culvert for the fish to go through. Very expensive to do, but you know what? When you talk about the resource that's there, the renewable one that keeps giving and giving and giving, it's well worth the while. We fully intend to. I mentioned the grant opportunities in this legislation. We fully intend to pursue every grant opportunity there is, and including the fish passage. So
Great.
yeah.
Are there any questions from the crowd? If you stand up and I can repeat your question.
Thank you. John, this is for you. You mentioned the regulatory issues. I'm wondering about supply issues, maybe related to COVID, if there's concerns there. And then just as this money comes in, you're going to have a lot of consulting firms that might be able to pay higher wages. Are you worried about your own workforce issues?
Okay, supply issues as far as supply chain for materials and these, we're already experiencing that, not just due to COVID, but other impacts. For instance, you know, the paint that we use to stripe the highways and airports, there was the power outage that they had this spring in Texas caused considerable damage to a factory that makes the paint. And it's causing us shortages right now. So I've got contractors needing paint, in fact, one of them for the airport here, and that we're able to find paint at a couple of our maintenance camps and that we have for our own needs and get it to them and trade. As far as the consultants go, we've already heard from the consultants that, I mean, every state is going to be getting this windfall. And many of these consultants that we presently use have a nationwide presence, and there have already been said we're getting booked right now by other states. So we have that problem. We also have the problem that they pay a lot more than we do, and we lose people on a regular basis to the consultants. And you know, it's a little frustrating for me. As somebody who's trying to manage the department that has a challenge recruiting and retaining, and the way I've been putting it lately is we're putting out our work to the low bidder, our employees to the low bidder, and we've got to start doing more to attract good people and retain good people. Frankly, I want good people running government, and that's not just at the top; that's down through the body of the bureaucracy. yeah, it's going to be a challenge.
There's another question coming in, actually. Cooper Landing. The bypass, you said, was the longest standing EIS, which is quite longer than I even thought. Wow. Can you describe, and this could be any of you, please describe some design considerations that'll protect the Kenai?
Some design what?
Considerations.
You know, as part of the EIS process, we're dealing with Forest Service land. We're dealing with Kenai refuge land, you know, so you got the Department of Agriculture and the Forest Service, Department of Interior with Fish and Wildlife Service and Refuge. We've got Siri land there as part of that. Boy, when you're dealing with that many landowners, I'm trying to think of the polite way to put it. We have to agree to a whole bunch of things we wouldn't ordinarily agree to. You know, we're doing work off-site as mitigation for the use of some of that land. We've got a number of, and I think they're underpasses in this thing, wildlife underpasses, which essentially are tunnels under the road that have to be big enough for moose with you know 60-inch racks to get through. And there's a whole variety of considerations in there as mitigation for this project, and I wish I could list a lot more of them. Those are the ones that come to mind immediately, but yes.
Great, thank you. Please.
Yeah, to Jamie and to Larry, thank you very much for what you had to say. Ms. McKinnon, I'll be 70 years here next September, and I don't think I've ever heard a more interesting presentation than you just gave. That makes me very encouraged to see what's going to happen in the future.
Bob, I'm hard of hearing.
I got my hearing aids in.
Okay, well, I don't.
Okay. I don't like these masks.
They muffle it a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, encourage you very much to take your message statewide in some way if you possibly can, because every person should hear that. It's exciting. There's more going to be going on than what you told us and has been in the last 25 years. And I encourage you to take your message as far and wide as you can throughout the state here. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. And, you know, we're trying to. And like I say, you know, we can do it. I've just got to get everyone on board. And you know, some people, it's hard to change the way we've been doing things for all these years, but there's some incredibly young and bright people in the department that are enthused about this and want to try something different. And I'm looking forward to that for next year and a half.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you three so much for joining us today. And any questions that remain, you know, folks, if they can, will stick around and probably will be here for the rest of the events this week. So let's give these folks a round of applause.
Can I say
Oh,
one
yeah,
things
of
first?
course,
So
please.
before you give us standing ovation, I just want to give a shout out to Elena Spraker, who's Senator Sullivan's regional director. I think I see you back there. Don't I see you, Elena? So if you have any questions and want to follow up in our office, feel free to touch base with her.
And our congressional delegation definitely needs a big round of applause for all the work that they put into this. Senator Murkowski being part of that bipartisan, you know, group, you know, that doesn't happen very often, and in my opinion, needs to happen more often. So.
I would say the senator would agree, and I would also like to direct you to Jane Conway, who is your regional representative for Senator Murkowski here. So I will be around the rest of this week, but also Jane will be here to take concerns and be a conduit into the office as well. So thank you all for allowing me to be here, and I look forward to meeting you all in person.
Great, thank you so much.
Well done. Good job.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we will have a interesting video by Martin Peters from Yamaha.
Hey, thank you, Larry. You know, your participation in those meetings with AGC. I came from AGC, you know. Actually, before I went to AGC, I was a DOT for
So you forgot more than I know.
Well, but my whole thing, and when I I was at DOT, it was back in 2000, it was my first month or two. I went to a couple of meetings and I heard the people there say, oh, there was an issue with a contract, how the hell with a contract? And I heard that a couple of times. And I said, hey guys, they're our partners in this. We need to work with them.
Well, I think it's great. I like going because I like hearing kind of the headlines and tailwinds of the economy, these are kind of bellwethers for it. I'm not the expert in this, right? It's really similar to our office.
Yeah.
But it's important for us to kind of have these things. And then it helps me when I talk to other people. I have any questions from financing. So people are thinking, it's good they're thinking about the sequencing on these things. And just like we talked about kind of timing, they just think all goes into it too.
Yeah, it can.
Right, and it'd be horrible for the infrastructure. And again, I don't know if we're on camera or not, but I want to look at the testing in 2000,
I know.
So we're about time.
First one's there, but yeah, absolutely.
Once that edited,
We were, my dad used to, you would put the phrase, we were standing behind the door when the roads were passed out. We missed out on that.
we're a young state. So now we have to and I don't know how we could, same time we're fighting this sort of romantic notion of So people can help educate. That's why these events are good, because they can go back and talk to us.
This road from Cape to Petersburg, it was all state funds that steadily got in there. And we're connecting logging roads with logging roads, a single lane road. It's not beautiful compared to other roads, but it's a road connection. And it was made possible by language that Don Terry St. Pete, that the court would get on the time, that and it gives those 4407 easements. It's wonderful.
Right. Well, you need roads to have a
Absolutely.
Anyway, but I appreciate your presentation. Let us know how we can be helpful.
Well, no, and believe me, and it's been great working with you guys, and I know I have worked with Kip and Scott when I had issues or questions, or the fact that shack-wack is in there. That language is broad, but we can actually use shack-wack on ferries and ferry terminals up to the border, as well as once we get the new agreement with BC and Canada is beyond the border. I don't know what the funding is there. I know it's authorized. I don't know if it's funded. I confess I haven't read the 28, 29 pages.
Let's see what I have here. Shack-wack.
No, your boss dealing with FAST and that, we've had some big improvements in the permitting side of things. Really big improvements.
I see that. I had something in here on it. Oh, it's back here. Reinstates the authorization to construct, enables a project to receive grants. So enables a project to receive grants and state allocation money. Reinstates authorization. Agreement to maintain the.
Yeah, it reinstates the operation. I don't know if there's direct money associated with it, or is it discretion of the secretary?
It says enables the project to receive grants and state allocation money.
Okay.
So that sounds a little bit loosey-goosey.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But you know what? The beauty of that is like I said, we're going to have trouble spending this thing. But we've got a strategy that should work for 7-8 years. At the end of this reauthorization, it's not going to drop off. Okay, it's probably going to drop down some point, but it's not going to drop off. They just
Well, we have to keep making sure the funding formula stays intact.
yes,
That's
absolutely.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Hi, I'm Dick Duncan.
Hey, Dick. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you.
Good job. And you'll figure out a way to spend it.
He's gonna
She's giving us the rush out here.
And people put in their grants, and they got the grant money, and it goes over several years. How much, what would that cost?
Say that one more time.
If you had all these opportunities that are in the authorization, and if you put in your grants and you got all that money, how much money would a license potentially guarantee right now sounding about 5 or just a
All right, everyone, we're going to transfer to the next part of the roundtable. If everyone will take their seats, we have a very interesting video to show, and right now I'm going to invite up. Here, everyone. Thank you. Right now I'm going to invite up Martin Peters from Yamaha, who has been such an amazing support organizationally and personally to KSRA and all of the conservation work they contribute to locally and regionally, as well as the work we do at the American Sport Fishing Association as well. So Martin, if you'll come up.
The best part of this is that I get to take my mask off for a little while. Thank you very much, Danielle. I want to thank KRSA and its board members and all the folks attending from the state of Alaska, Senator Sullivan's office, Senator Murkowski's office. Thanks for being here today. I want to give a little bit of history because I was here at the inception of the roundtable, and I want to give a shout out to Ricky Geese, who's in the back of the room, as well as Mike Leonard. And Ricky Geese, along with Phil Disco, the past president of Yamaha Marine, were the brainchildren behind this event. And later I found out that Mike Leonard from the American Sports Fishing Association was probably responsible for the bulk of the material that we were presenting at those early roundtables. And we were lucky enough to have, in past years, Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan and prior Senator Bagich and also Congressman Young attend many of those early roundtable events. And they really did focus on the Magnuson-Stevens Act and some of the things in the Magnuson-Stevens that a lot of us benefited from seeing changed. Ultimately, I believe the awareness that we raised with those roundtables helped people to understand the need that we had for some changes in Magnuson, and ultimately led to the Modern Fish Act being passed a few years ago. So these events are valuable. They're very valuable, and thank you for everyone who participates in them. I just learned some incredible things from John about the challenges associated with infrastructure at the state level. I always learn something from these events. So thank you all for being here. I can sum up quickly why Yamaha is here. And 70% of those who boat fish, and all of us at Yamaha personally love to fish. Our customers love to fish. We build products that help people fish, right? If we don't have fish, we don't have a reason to be. And therefore, we must conserve the fishery. We must conserve water. We must be good conservations and stewards of natural resources. And that's why we're here today. And our conservation action at Yamaha Marine actually began here with the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. Our relationship with KRSA goes back 25 years or more, and this is where it all started for us. So it's appropriate for us to announce at this event our newest conservation activities. And rather than me sit here and tell you all about it, I would like to show you a video. Before I do that, I just want to recognize the folks at Dow who have come on board to help support these events and make these events even bigger than they have been. So thank you very much to the folks at Dow and Colleen, who we'll hear from later on. And with that, I'd like you to take a look at our video. And if you have any questions later, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Yamaha Rightwaters, founded in 2019, recognized that conservation of fisheries wasn't enough for Yamaha U.S. Marine Business Unit. Yamaha needed to focus on sustainable resources, particularly water and the fish that swim in it. Yamaha Rightwaters projects support research, habitat restoration, the management of invasive species, and water quality, particularly the removal of plastic waste from our waterways. So far, Yamaha Rightwaters has been working with the Coastal Conservation Association to build artificial reefs and thereby create fish habitat. We lobbied for increased funding to combat invasive species, such as silver carp, which have displaced the once impressive bass fishery in Kentucky Lake. And we've worked with regional organizations such as Keep Golden Isles Beautiful and Keep Tennessee River Beautiful and the South Carolina Floodwater Commission to remove trash from waterways. We have also worked with both the University of Florida and Florida State University on research projects that will help grow knowledge about fish and shellfish. We are prepared to install a coastal waterway trash interceptor device jointly designed by Yamaha and Florida State University. And in 2021 at the Bassmaster Classic in Fort Worth, Texas, we announced a Gulf Coastal Restoration Program with Ducks Unlimited that will create habitat for fish and waterfowl while sequestering carbon dioxide to mitigate ocean acidification. Apart from acidification, a great concern for Yamaha Rightwaters is plastic in our waterways. We decided to address the plastics our company uses in its packaging and shipping processes.
Yamaha uses plastic sheet material, polyethylene and polypropylene, a lot like this material here, to protect its outboard motors and personal watercraft during shipping. We think a lot of it ends up in landfills.
Nexus Fuels turns plastic back into the raw materials it came from. The company uses a proprietary pyrolysis process that breaks down the bonds in plastic to create wax, gases, and a liquid that looks a lot like heating oil.
So the purpose of this whole plant that we have here, that we built, is to produce materials that can be entered into the circular economy or circular recycling. We actually are recovering the molecules of the plastics that we take in here. We break that material down into its molecular state. It's then brought back by our offtake partners, and with that, they're able to reassemble those molecules into new plastics.
Nexus has converted more than 3 million pounds and counting of landfill-bound plastics into virgin resins for customers such as Royal Dutch Shell and Chevron Phillips Chemical. Prior to delivery to Nexus, Yamaha plastic materials are shipped to the Tommy Nobis Center in Marietta, Georgia, where non-recyclable components, such as zippers and cords, are removed from the recyclable material. Yamaha Rightwaters hopes to ship 10,000 pounds of plastics this year in the southeastern United States to learn how to optimize the process, reduce the costs, then possibly broaden the program. Reverse logistics is a big part of the cost of the program. The hope is that Yamaha Rightwaters can find similar regional processing providers, which would greatly reduce shipping costs from other geographical areas of the country. So the trick now is to reduce the cost per pound of reverse logistics and processing.
Thank you so much, Martin. If there's any questions from the audience, definitely willing to take them. Just curious before we start, on the front end of these processes, is Yamaha or the industry generally really thinking about what they can do on the front end to mitigate a lot of these plastic contamination rather than doing it on the back end as well?
Understand, and it's interesting, I had a phone call just before I walked in the building today about this very subject because the plastic covers that you saw with the zipper being cut out is sourced in Japan by our parent company. The other materials actually we source here in the States, the one that cover the watercraft, we're working now on removing and creating those materials so that they don't need to have things clipped out of them and removed. We're hoping that our parent company in Japan will do the very same on the procurement side so that we can reduce the processing costs. Unfortunately, not using these plastics is not an option right now, because if you use a material such as cardboard, which we had used in the past, cardboard gets wet, and when you try to protect a device or machine with a cardboard box that's going to be sitting outside in the weather, you end up with warranty costs, damage to the product, etc. So we have to continue using the plastic to protect the product, but we can certainly make changes in that material to try to reduce the cost of processing it.
Absolutely, great. Well, it's so nice to see that Yamaha is doing such a forward-facing campaign such as this. And, my understanding is Yamaha for many, many years has been doing great conservation work, some of that behind the scenes, some more public. But hopefully this is kind of a beacon for the industry and more folks will follow, because I think, the boating and recreational fishing industry does a lot of really great conservation work, whether it's discussed publicly or otherwise. So this will be a really exciting project.
All right, thank you, Danielle.
Yeah. Any questions? Great. Well, like I said, Martin will be around and he's happy to take any questions going forward. So we will transition to our next panel, which is at sea conditions. Salmon runs, across Alaska and the Pacific Northwest, of course, have been challenged. We've seen it all over the news. That's a big part of my job at the American Sport Fishing Association, working on those related policies. And a lot of the conversation about what are causing these massive changes in population structure are at sea conditions. Things that can be certainly measured in the lab, but what does that mean when you take it out into the full environment? The ocean's role as a carbon sink, things like, plastic contamination and the life cycle that they have within the environment and any, biochemical changes that occur. So today we have Colleen from Dow, if you'll come up, and Jason Brune from the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, who will have a presentation for us as well, and there'll be opportunities to ask questions after.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jason Bruni with Alaska DEC. It's an honor to be here, and I'm not necessarily going to be speaking to the conditions of the fisheries. That's Commissioner Vincent Lang is here, and I'm going to defer to him on those specifics. But I was planning on talking a little bit about the health of the Kenai, and of course also marine conditions. Back when I started this job a couple of years ago, honored to work with the Dunleavy administration, I heard about significant concerns about the Kenai. There were questions about listing the Kenai as an impaired water body because of turbidity, because of fecal coliform, because of high copper levels or high zinc levels. And the studies that had been done had shown that there was concern. I had conversations with Commissioner McKinnon about trying to figure out where these high copper or high zinc levels might be coming from. Was it coming from the brine that was used in the winter? Was it coming from the culvert replacements that occurred? And we elevated the priority of further testing on this, and I had actually my staff do it rather than using a contractor. I wanted to make sure that the data that we were getting and an understanding of the Kenai, because that is obviously the most high-profile river in the state, and I know you're all here because we care about the health of the Kenai. We wanted to prioritize that at DEC and do the studies ourselves and make sure we understood what the impacts were, if any, from copper levels, zinc levels, et cetera. And so if you could please go to the next slide. And but before you do that, I do want to give huge kudos to Martin and Yamaha. The presentation that you just gave and the impact that you are having is so important. Thank you for those efforts. Trying to get plastic out of the landfills, that extends the life of the landfills, that keeps the plastics out of our waters. It has, of course, limits the impact to marine mammals and to fish. That type of leadership is so incredibly important. So huge kudos to you. Thank you for your leadership in that effort. Back to the Kenai. So the project that we did, we wanted to make sure that we looked at, like I said, zinc, dissolved zinc and copper levels. And so we made a decision that we were going to sample for all sorts of different constituents, and we were going to do 8 different sampling events from May until August for this year and for next year. One of the things that we were really focused on as well was we were going to have a very stringent QA/QC. We needed to make sure that if there was contamination or if there was zinc or copper levels, that it wasn't coming from someone's hands, that it wasn't coming from the zincs on the boats, that it wasn't coming from other things. We just needed to make sure that the QA/QC was good. We also wanted to make sure that the lab results and we decided we were going to send in blanks, and to make sure that if we were sending in a blank, that there weren't levels. They should be 0. There should be non-detects in those, and so we wanted to make sure that the lab was doing good work. So we also, so what we're looking for in the studies that we're doing is lead, magnesium, potassium, selenium, sodium, zinc, hardness, total organic carbon, dissolved and total dissolved solids. And of course, we're also documenting the science that goes along with it. What is the precipitation? What is the tide at that time? And what discharges may be occurring? If you look in this picture right here, what you'll see is this is a scientific method of focusing on clean hands, dirty hands, where one field person is only collecting the samples and nothing else. The assistant, who's also wearing gloves, cleans, prepares, handles everything else for the clean hands person, similar to what happens in surgery when that occurs. So it's incredibly important to make sure there is no contamination. If you could please go to the next slide. You'll see in these locations on the map of where we're doing the testing at. We're sampling all the way from the Kenai Lake to the river mouth. We're incorporating both boat and foot access sites. We're, like I said, using a laboratory and making sure the laboratory is being given blanks so that we can have confidence in the lab. And the methodology that's different than the historic studies that have been done in the Kenai. Lab filtering samples are not in-field filtration. As I said, we're using that clean hand, dirty hand technique. We're using a sampling pole to reach farther into the river, again, rather than doing it right next to the boat, which might be contaminated from the zincs on the boats. We're increasing the sample frequency of what we're doing, so we're doing the testing every other week. And we're also focusing, as I said, on QA/QC by using field blanks and other duplicate samples. So sometimes if you take a sample and then you take another one immediately after, you want to make sure that those samples are within 15 to 20% of the levels that you observe. So thus far, we've had 5 of the 8 sampling events that have occurred this year. And if you could please go to the next study, or next slide, what you'll see on this one is that about half of each one of them have shown detects, but they're all below water quality standards or criteria. That's phenomenal news. And or zero detect below the lab. So 100% of them are either below water quality criteria or non-detect. Fantastic news. That shows that the health of the Kenai is in good shape. Now, of course, that's not the final result. We have 3 more sampling events this year, and we're going to do it again next year. But we're doing this. The DEC staff themselves are doing it, and that's the data that they've received thus far. There are 3 more sampling events that are going to be occurring this summer, and as I indicated, that will again be next summer. The final data analysis from this is going to be completed once all the data is collected. And then we're going to use DEC's consolidated assessment and listing methodology to publish a final report on that. Next slide, please. Our next steps. Obviously, we're going to continue to use these lessons learned with our partners, with who we work with. We have aqua grants that we give to community partners, and we want to make sure the lessons that we're learning from this are impacted, communicated to our partners so that they're able to use that same methodology. As I said, we're going to do this work again next summer, and then we have a commitment. Maybe I'll be back in a year and a half for next year's results as well, and we'll have the final report up on our website in 2023. The next big issue that I know has been raised, I've gotten all sorts of questions on this, is the chemical that's found in tires. If you could please go to the next slide. A lot of questions that have come about this to my office. A lot of press has come on this because the geniuses in Seattle chose to put a report out about that, and this was a brand new issue to me, to our staff. We needed to get up to speed very quickly on this one, and it was, as I said, it was a completely new compound to researchers, to industry, to the regulated community. EPA, after we talked to them, they decided that they were going to hold monthly updates on this so that we understood the emerging science on this compound. We also joined with the work group to stay up on the science and to understand this is coming from tires and what impact this has on salmon. 3 community organizations have called us and expressed interest in sampling. We wanted to make sure if they were going to be doing sampling that they were doing it with a methodology, that it wasn't just citizen science where they take the stuff. You don't know what the chain of collection. Custody, thank you. Chain of custody is, and we wanted to make sure that if there was going to be citizen science that was done, that it was believable and that it was accurate. So we've been talking with them. Industry representatives have met with us on this issue, met with them several times, so that and they've taken an active role in funding the research on this. They've also are looking into possible alternatives and, of course, keeping the public informed. We did bring interested communities and industry together in June. We had a meeting that proved to be very, very productive and valuable for my staff. We do plan to meet again later this fall to talk about the current science and continue to understand the impact of this. There has been some treatment scenarios that have been identified. Recent studies show that green infrastructure works, and what that is effectively using soil filtration and rain gardens, bioretention ponds, permeable roads, vegetated swales and ditches to be able to address the 6 ppgq to make sure that it's not coming into the rivers like the Kenai and others from urban runoff. So this is something that I know is important, and we're going to continue to monitor and work with those that are interested. As far as the marine issues are concerned, I know that that was part of this panel. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're doing with respect to the whole Alaska marine ecosystem and the science that we're doing there. If you could please go to the next slide. We do have our ports and southeast waterways, so you can see it's not just southeast, but there are locations that we do water sampling throughout the state. Last year was a horrible year for tourism, but it was a great year for getting baseline science. It was great to understand, in the absence of cruise ships, what is the water quality. And what we found, especially in a couple of the southeast communities who have long been pointing to the cruise industry as the bad guy, as the folks that are impacting water quality, what we found is that the local community is actually having the impact on the water quality. The levels of fecal coliform in Ketchikan, as an example, were higher than they ever were, and there were no cruise ships this past year. So that's something that obviously we have to understand, and there's a bill that will be introduced again this year, where we're going to take some of the money from the Ocean Ranger fees that are paid to the state to not only oversee and make sure that we're monitoring the cruise ships, but to take that money, rather than using it for ocean rangers, to upgrade the shoreside wastewater treatment plants for these communities that are having an impact, a disproportionate impact on the water quality that ultimately has an impact on the fish. The sampling that we do on the different beach studies that we do throughout the state happens weekly throughout the summer season when these beaches are utilized. We have gotten additional grants from the EPA to add to the locations that we're studying this upcoming year. We're going to be adding both Dillingham and Naknek, as well as putting an emphasis on Ninilchik and Kenai in our studies. And we're planning on having several years of data collection in those locations. Next slide. So we are going to be partnering with the University of Alaska Fairbanks through the Sea Grant program from now through June of next year. We're going to be having an emphasis on Ninilchik Harbor and the significant number of boats that are there, as well as putting a survey out there for both Kenai and Bristol Bay to understand how sewage is released. Probably 90 to 95% of the boats in Bristol Bay, as an example, the commercial fishing boats, the requirement is if you have a marine sanitation device, it has to be operational. What ends up happening then is many of the fishermen remove the MSD, they use honey buckets on their boats, and they dispose of the sewage in straight off the back of their boat. It's illegal to discharge raw sewage by the Clean Water Act within 0 to 3 miles in state waters. So that's something that we're putting an emphasis on. We're wanting to understand and working with the Sea Grant through an EPA grant that we received to understand how sewage is being disposed of by commercial fishermen, by whale watching boats, by other sport fishermen, you name it, so that we understand what the impact is to the environment, so that we can then ultimately work with the fishermen, with the processors, with the regulators to develop a win-win solution so that we can reduce the ultimate marine discharges of sewage. Next slide, please. DEC has also put together a significant effort called Don't Poo in the Blue. This is on our social media. We sent this to all of the commercial fisheries commission permit holders. We sent a letter to them reminding them that it is illegal to discharge from 0 to 3. We're also, like I said, we're having a social media campaign trying to and working with the industry to try to find win-win solutions, but to remind people that it is illegal to discharge raw sewage. I think the last issues that I wanted to bring up, while I was sitting in the back during Commissioner McKinnon's presentation and the presentations from the delegation staff, I got an email about the Marine Debris Foundation. They are soliciting board members. They've just reopened it up. They had closed that nomination about a month ago, but they've reopened it up. So if you know of anyone that might be interested in joining the Marine Debris Foundation, which is an offshoot of the Save Our Seas effort that Senator Sullivan put such a big emphasis on a few years ago, That nomination period ends on August 27th, and they need good people to be involved in that. The other thing that I think I want to mention when it comes to oversight of our waters, to oversight of our permitting process, we're also looking at taking control of the things that normally the federal government would be taking control of. We want to make sure if there are opportunities for us to get primacy on programs like 404 or RCRA or Class 6 injection wells, Governor Dunleavy has instructed us to look at those opportunities to make sure that we are in control of our own destiny and not letting the federal government make decisions that are likely going to have very negative and adverse impacts on our state. So those are things we're looking at as well. And making sure that we understand that no one cares about Alaska more than Alaskans. No one cares about our water quality, about our lands, about the impacts that we do better than Alaskans. Not someone from Washington, not someone from Washington, D.C. So having that kind of expertise and that regulatory authority and the expertise that we get from folks in Doug's team, from Commissioner Feige's team, you name it, that type of expertise helps us make responsible decisions that ultimately preserve and improve the quality of our waters and our lands and allow for economic activity to continue going forward as well. So those are things that we're looking at. And with that, that's all I have. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We do have a couple questions coming in for you, but I feel compelled to say the Sea Grant program that you mentioned. I don't think it's widely known that Senator Sullivan and Senator Murkowski really are the largest champions of Sea Grant nationally. My PhD research, we're going to nerd out later because my PhD research was very much related to all of this, but it was fully funded by Sea Grant. And I know that I wouldn't be here without the Sea Grant program, and that wouldn't have been possible without both senators and their advocacy work nationally. We do have one question, and we'll open it up at the end, but we do want to go to the next speaker. You'll love this. KSRA's director can't be here today, but he says great things about you. He's also a liar, but I'm just kidding. And he's talked about a philosophy of kind of getting ahead of a lot of these issues before kind of they're dictated to the department. And can you kind of speak a little bit to those proactive steps that your agency is taking with relation to the regulatory community?
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, Ben's phenomenal. I've worked with Ben for, 10 or 15 years, and Kenai River Sports Fish Association is so lucky to have him as your executive director. I think one of the examples that we wanted to get out ahead of things on is the impaired water body potential listing of the Kenai River. That type of a stigma on a river has significant impacts. It has impacts on the sport fish community, it has impacts on the commercial fishing community, it has impacts on tourism. And so we wanted to make sure if there were water quality impacts that we understood them. We wanted to make sure that we were collecting that data, that we were the ones that were understanding that. And so getting out ahead and making sure that Alaskans are doing this work, not agendas, just making sure that we have pure science and that we're doing it, incredibly important, and that QA/QC is incredibly important as well. So that's one example of how we got out in front of things. The other thing I think, and I think Commissioner Vincent Lang can talk about, being aggressive on us doing the science from the fish and from the wildlife perspective. It's so important that we have Alaskans that understand Alaska doing that work, and funding agencies like ADF&G and DEC to do this work is so incredibly important, because if we're not telling our story, if we're not doing that research, someone's going to come in and do it for us. They're going to tell their story, and we may not like that narrative. We need to be out ahead of that. We need to be driving that message, because the lower 48 loves to protect Alaska from themselves. They love to know that there's this utopia up in Alaska that they can make a national park while they develop their resources and things in the lower 48. We do it right in Alaska. We care about our fish. We care about our water. We care about our lands. And we're the ones that should be doing that work and having that baseline data and the ongoing data to ensure that those activities can continue. So it's incredibly important. I guess my message there is that we continue to fund agencies like DNR, ADF&G, and DEC to do that work.
Absolutely. Great. Let's go on to the next speaker. Thank you so much, Colleen Littenhouse from Dow, for being here.
Thank you. I want to thank the association for including us. It's fantastic to be a part of this roundtable. Also for me, my first trip to Alaska, so I'm happy to be here, thrilled to be listening and learning to all of you as well while I'm here. And want to definitely thank Senator Murkowski and Sullivan's staff for their engagement on issues related to plastic and marine debris. And also happy to be here and to meet Martin for the first time with Yamaha and see what they're doing in this area, which is pretty exciting. So I'll be talking about some of that recycling technology that he demonstrated in the video as well. At Dow, we spend a lot of time focused on reducing our carbon emissions in order to get to net zero by 2050, and on eliminating plastic waste and creating a circular economy for plastic. And I'm gonna just spend some time on the highlights. There's a lot happening. I'm gonna first talk about kind of the work in the private sector, and then some of the work in the public sector, and a special project we're working on here in Alaska. So what we're focused on with regards to circularity is, of course, moving from the linear model where we just make things, we use it, and we dispose it, to a circular model where that used waste has value and it's returned to the system, and that we can use it to remanufacture new goods. And I'm going to go over that circularity model and where we are, but also we are mindful of the EPA waste hierarchy. And so whether you're here at home, if you've forgotten about the EPA waste hierarchy, which you probably learned about in elementary school, you may want to Google that image, which is an inverted pyramid. And of course, at the top, we have reduce. We want to reduce. We all have maybe too much stuff, but also when we're making things, we're reducing. You'll notice plastic bottles are thinner. Then we want to reuse where we can. And then we want to recycle down to recovery if we can get anything, and then out of the material. And then, of course, at the bottom is the landfill, and we don't want anything to go into the environment. So we're mindful of that as well. So going to the private sector circular model, one of the biggest changes in the circle is that consumers are really demanding now more sustainable packaging. So companies that buy packaging for their products have, over 400 of them have set targets to provide sustainable packaging, and now are demanding that through the supply chain. And so that's a real market change. It changes the economics. And so sustainable packaging, you can do that in a couple ways. I'll just give you two. One is when we were making plastic packaging, we got pretty complicated. We got pretty sophisticated. We created lots of these layers. Sometimes one package could have over 10 layers. Each of them, the material science doing something different, maybe keeping water in, keeping water out, easy to tear for someone who's elderly, hard to tear for a child, something to adhere the labeling to. So you really couldn't tell, but what happened is that complicated packaging now can't be recycled. It's too difficult to recycle. So we're now designing packaging that can be recycled. This is an example of a package that we call Recycle Ready. It's a little different. It doesn't have all those layers, but it's not too different. And so when it's on the shelves at the store, it makes a big difference to be able to recycle the packaging. The other change is recycled content, developing packaging with recycled content. And a lot of companies have made those announcements as well. So in order to produce products with recycled content, we need in the US to scale up the two ways that we recycle, both mechanical, traditional recycling, and also advanced recycling, which we saw in the Yamaha video. Traditional recycling is, you're familiar with it. It doesn't change the chemical structure. You're chopping it up, you clean it, and then you are turning it into all kinds of products, chairs, decking, pellets, onward. Mechanical recycling has some limitations, though. There's a lot of hard to recycle plastics that cannot be recycled through mechanical recycling. And for that, we need what we call feedstock recycling. It's also referred to as chemical recycling or advanced recycling. I'm going to call it feedstock recycling. And this is where you are changing the chemical structure. So you're breaking it back down to the basic molecule, and then you're able to create brand new plastics with that, with the same higher quality plastics that can be approved by FDA for food grade, pharma, medical grade. It can recycle PPE, plastic waste, medical waste, for example. And the challenge in our country, though, is that it's not new technology. There's a variety of different types of technologies, whether it's the pyrolysis that Yamaha is using, or gasification and others, but it's not to scale. And so that's really what we need to do now in order to provide that recycled content to meet the demand, is scale up. So since 2017, there's been $6 billion invested from the private sector in scaling up these recycling technologies. The majority, over $5 billion, is on the feedstock recycling side. But we expect even more announcements to come online. So that is what, when you're looking at the circle, the circularity, that's what you see on the demand side. The other challenge is on the supply side. So we want this to be able to work from an economic standpoint. On the supply side, we need to do a better job of collecting the waste and sorting the waste to get it to the mechanical and feedstock recycling processes so that we can meet the demand. And right now, according to Closed Loop Partners, we're only meeting 6% of the demand. So there's a great opportunity there. But we have a lot of challenges and opportunities with regards to recycling. We have over 9,000 systems across the United States run by the municipalities. Many of the residents are confused about what they can recycle, what they can't recycle, and it's different everywhere. The Recycling Partnership has recently released a report that it will take $17 billion over 5 years to revamp the recycling in the U.S. $11 billion of that is needed infrastructure, and $6 billion is for education. The good news is, according to the report, the return on investment would be $30 billion over 10 years, 200,000 jobs, 710 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. I think other good news is people want to recycle. They would like to recycle if they knew that when they recycled, it was actually being recycled and the system was working. There's lots of opportunities. We have some areas like Indianapolis, Detroit, New Orleans, Newark, where they don't have infrastructure or education. But then we also have other areas, Houston, Chicago, Philly, Dallas, where they maybe have infrastructure, but they need more education. Dow has launched with Nova and LyondellBasell a circular plastics fund with Closed Loop Partners. It's an investment fund to focus on plastic infrastructure, recycling and sorting for the United States. As a catalyst, we're hoping the rest of the value chain and sustainable givers that want to contribute in this area will also join. We've also had previously, I think the last time we were here, you probably heard about the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, which has been launched a few years back, headquartered in Singapore. And that effort is across the entire value chain, starting with the resin producers, the brand owners, all the way to the waste haulers. And that organization continues to progress. They are working a lot with Circular Capital, which is another investment fund that is investing in infrastructure around the world. They do now have a chapter in the US as well, which is exciting. They are also partnering with USAID and the Development Finance Corporation, which is the new, though it was OPIC, the new OPIC. On the public sector side, there's at the UN, we expect there to be a global agreement on plastic to address plastic waste. There'll be a ministerial in September, and then starting in February of this next year, we expect them to agree to kick off negotiations on an agreement, which we are supportive of. And of course, details matter, but we think it could be very helpful to have national waste management strategies, metrics, and a shift globally to a more circular economy for all materials, but especially and including plastics. In the US, last year, the administration announced a new recycling target, which is 50% by 2030. And the EPA has been working in a parallel effort on a new strategy, recycling strategy, on how to meet that target. It has been worked on and open for public comment, but we expect it to be released as early as September and are looking forward to seeing that as well. In the infrastructure bill, there's also some good news with regards to recycling. There's money, $15 million for education, 20% of that for low-income rural and Native American communities, also curriculum tools for schools, and $275 million to implement the Save Our Seas Act, $200 million for the NOAA Marine Debris Program, and 2 reports to Congress, one on the effectiveness of recycling programs for EPA, and then also federal procurement of products with recycled content. There are 4 bipartisan pieces of legislation right now. 2 of them relate to feedstock recycling. In their bills, they're referred to as advanced recycling. And also there is a bill, Recover Act, related to more money for infrastructure for recycling, and then the Recycle Act, which has been included in the infrastructure bill, which is terrific. We're still hoping for 2 more bills to be introduced this year. One would be an American-style, what we call EPR bill, or extended producer responsibility, where you have a fee on packaging, and that fee would go to the recycling system, and it would be hopefully eco-modulated to incentivize better sustainable packaging. And then also the plastic makers, of which Dow is one of them, through the American Chemistry Council, has announced a plan as well, which does call for 30% recycled content in packaging by 2030. And if the mandate is met, there's no fee, and you can put a label on demonstrating that you've met the mandate, and if it is not met, then there's a fee that would go towards the recycling infrastructure. And then there's other definitions that would be helpful. For example, clarifying that the difference between advanced recycling, when it's plastic to plastic, it counts as recycling. When it's plastic to fuel or not plastic to plastic, it would count towards recovery when we're looking at our national goals and targets. And there's a bunch of other provisions in there as well, but those are the 2 I think highlights there. There seem to be growing interest on both sides of the aisle to address this problem, and in the Congress. So in the states, we have a lot of activity as well. Recently, just in the last couple months, we have 2 states that have passed different EPR bills, or these packaging fee bills, but they're different. And so we think now that we have those two in the next legislative session, there probably will be more. Dow does support EPR, a well-designed EPR, and so, but a patchwork of states having different EPRs we recognize is going to be very challenging for companies, and another reason for the federal government to step in. There's also states that have passed recycled content mandates with different rates and dates, saying, you know, this percentage by this year, this percentage for that year. That's also going to be while we support recycled content mandates, it's also going to be pretty complicated to have different mandates in different states. And so another reason why we support a federal bill with a federal mandate. 14 states have passed enabling legislation for feedstock recycling or advanced recycling that help clarify the permitting process, that this is a manufacturing process. We're remanufacturing, it's not a solid waste process. And so we will continue to see that, I think, patchwork as well. And then a lot happening even at the city level. We have cities looking at EPRs. We have cities looking to develop recycling programs and dealing with challenges, whether it's the urban multi-unit housing or the rural. And of course, Alaska, you have another set of challenges as well. Every location is unique, which is why we are not suggesting the federal government take over recycling, but definitely think there's a role for them and a growing role with the patchwork at the states. And then, of course, globally, we'll be talking to the other countries about our national waste management strategies. So there's an opportunity for us to get our ducks in a row, I think, at home a little better. And, you know, we're not suggesting that recycling by any means will solve the problem, but it will help with circularity and creating a more circular economy. Will certainly keep more waste out of the environment, we think. With regards to Alaska, Dow is sponsoring or funding a One Alaska assessment. The program is led by Alaska for Alaskans, but it is enabled by global circular experts such as Pixera. The scope is focusing on rural Alaska and tribal communities, along with marine debris. And so in Alaska, it's led by Kwerik on the tribal community side and Go AK on the marine debris side. And the two work streams, one is a potential reverse logistics hub in Anchorage, where that material could be here for Alaskans first versus leaving Alaska, and then also data from rural communities on that material that's available in the material streams and the material flows. So I believe next week there's another meeting on the first scope with regards to the reverse logistics hub. And I think because of COVID, we're a little delayed on the engagement with the rural communities, but that is still scheduled to be happening early next year. It's been a little bit harder to get people obviously together and in person because of COVID, but hopefully that work will develop into roadmaps or plans that then companies like Dow and other interested parties could invest in. So I'll stop there. That's a lot of information, but it's great to be here in person. This is, like I said, the first, I think, event I've done since COVID started, and I think we've missed an opportunity in the last year. There's a lot happening in the plastic space, and really with waste, with all materials, that there's real value in being in the room together when we can, and I think it made the silos a little bit harder. So hopefully we'll be able to get in the room together again more often, like events like this. So I thank you for having this event, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you both. Colleen, you mentioned this UN potential agreement. Just out of curiosity, where is the United States in terms, comparatively, to others in the developed world in terms of our recycling infrastructure and plan for the future?
Actually, we're not doing as well as you would think. I think we recycle 32%. And so with our goal of 2030, 50% by 2030. But other developed countries are doing much better. Of course, in Europe, they're doing much better. Japan, they're rock stars at this. They do this really well. So the good news is we have, we have models. It works. We see that it works, and we need to be doing a better job. I think that it's just been, we're doing pretty well considering municipalities have just been doing this on their own. They've just been developing their own systems, but I think there's lots of room for improvement. And I think the focus is now there, and the willingness, the desire is there. And then, in other countries that are not as developed, there's much bigger challenges and capacity building that's needed as well. So I think an agreement will have to recognize that. It'll have to recognize that we're all in different places and we're in different circumstances. But with metrics and capacity building and developing national waste management strategies globally, then I think that's a great first step.
Absolutely, great. Well, are there any questions from the audience that we can take? Martin?
Yeah, I am pretty fascinated by the metals in the Kenai, and I'd like to come back to that. So, Jason, is the zinc that you're finding in the Kenai, is the source the sacrificial anodes in motors, or is it from friction material from vehicle brakes?
The question is for Martin Peters, and this has to do with the source of zinc that you're detecting in the Kenai.
Thank you, Martin. That's exactly the question we were asking when I got into this job. I wanted to know, where were these purported high levels of zinc coming from? I talked to Commissioner McKinnon. I talked to look at the brines that were being put on the roads to make sure that the snow melted and that it wasn't icy, or lots of culvert replacements. Those obviously have galvanized steel, which has zinc in it. We were wondering where it was. Well, what we found, obviously, when we went out and have done the subsequent data collection, is that the levels of zinc and copper in the water aren't actually, they're either non-detect or they're below water quality standards. That's different than the data that had been collected in the previous 3 to 8 years. So I don't want to necessarily touch on answering that question, because I don't even know if it's a problem. We have to understand if it's a problem. There's these type of issues occur in other water systems in the United States, and it's often brakes from cars. It's what they put on the roads to melt the snow. It's there has been issues with culverts and the galvanized steel and the zinc that comes off that, but we don't even know if it's an issue on the Kenai. So my hope is the data that we've found thus far, the non-detects and the below water quality standards, continues, and we won't even have to answer that question. That's what I'm hoping for, and that's why we're doing the work that we're doing.
So, follow-up question.
Sure.
The material that you mentioned is coming from tires. Can you explain what that material is?
Sure. The follow-up question is about the 6-PPE, the material that is shown to come from tires, and exactly what that chemical is.
What I said probably is about all I know. Just to be very honest. I've read a number of studies, and they are concerned about what's sloughing off of the tires, and they found it in some studies in Washington State that they believe that it was impacting salmon juvenile life cycles, the eggs, the fry, and it was having impacts on them. That science is still not finalized. So they don't know if that actually is having an impact, and we don't even know if it's had an impact in Alaska waters. We don't know if it does have an impact, what impact it's having which species of salmon, of the 5 species of salmon that we have. So there's a lot of work left to be done. My team, when I asked them if we should be looking at it, they're like, the science is still evolving. We don't want to cause a scare for something that we don't even know if it's an issue or not. That said, it's important for us to stay on top of it, to understand emerging science, to understand what the potential impacts are, and if there are things that, and that's why the partnership with and talking to the tire industry and funding science to make sure if there is an impact, that they're understanding it, and looking at potential alternatives. But I don't even know if we can say that the science is for sure yet. So that's something that we have on our radar screen. We're going to continue to look at, and we're going to continue to participate in those working groups with the EPA, with the industry, with the local community science organizations that are interested in understanding, is it even there, and making sure that the methodology for collection of that science and that data is appropriate. So it's not just someone salting something in their refrigerator to give the impression that it's there when it's not actually there. So we're committed to staying on top of that science.
Absolutely. And I remember when those studies came out initially, of course it was in the news everywhere, sky is falling, etc. And like you said, who knows, the sky might be falling, but the impacts, I remember reading those primary research articles, the impacts were shown in a laboratory setting in a very niche environment. And, as I alluded to earlier, that could mean any number of things in the environment, in the broader environment, or it could mean nothing. So you're right, it is emerging science, and I think even, the primary researchers would say to some degree that there is really a lot more to be learned on that topic.
And I will just add, what my team has told me is that by having that green infrastructure, which we very much focus on in Alaska, on best technology, best practices, even if it is an issue, you put that kind of infrastructure in place, you're going to stop it from getting into the water in the first place. So that's incredibly important as well.
Right, absolutely. Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd, thank you very much for your information. It's going to be important to us going forward. But the thing you just touched on, I want to touch on very quickly. And over the last 3 or 4 years, there's been reports in the press, the paper, of an organization that's being paid to look at study for environmental impact of the river. And every one of them touch base on the amount of damage and carbon, etc., coming from outboard motors. Now, I'm going by my senior memory, but I'm pretty sure I'm right here. The most days that's ever been fished in the Kenai River for salmon is 1987 and 1988. More than last year, more than 20 years ago. You can check this, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Now, every one of those outboard motors was a 2-stroke. The 2-stroke has 33 times as much carbon and stuff put into the river than Yamaha 4-stroke does today. So, whenever you see these studies, please do that research. The fish made it through the last 34 years with all that 2-stroke carbon and stuff in the river. So going forward now, we have less than 5% of impact in the river from the 4-stroke than we had in the past. And I hope your department can give a thought to that when you see it.
The comment is related to some organizations that have shown impacts related to carbon and outboard motors, and commenting that there's a hope that your agency is really going to look at that going forward, and the causation of these things rather than correlation.
And Bob, thank you. I think that is a prime example of the partnership that organizations like the Kenai River Sportsfish Association, Yamaha, and the regulatory agencies, they identified a problem with turbidity. They worked together and putting the 4-stroke motors into the river, and there is significantly less turbidity issues than there used to be. If we find problems, that doesn't mean that it's doom and gloom. That means we need to work together to find a solution. And huge kudos to organizations like Kenai River Sports Fish Association who spearheaded that effort over the years. And you're exactly right. It's incredibly important that the science that is done is believable. It isn't done by someone with an agenda. And that's why we took this on. We wanted to ensure that the data that was collected and that what we're learning from this, we're going to be able to impart to our partners who do this data collection for us in other communities around the state and in Kenai to ensure that the methodologies that we use going forward are going to be required when they get grants from DEC in the future. Thanks, Bob.
Great. Well, thank you both so much for joining us today, and really great conversation. And it seems like there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of possibilities for us here. So thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break, and next up we will have Governor Dunleavy join us. Thank you both.
Yeah, rural Alaska, it's incredibly difficult because, you know, when I meet with my colleagues in, when I meet with my colleagues in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, we want to charge companies using these plastics with lifecycle. They have to be like, okay, bring it to Alaska. How are we going to do this in Bethel? How are we going to do this in, you know, remote villages? Are you going to pay to fly the computer or the television or the car or whatever back from those communities that it are, you know, we already struggle with backhaul in Alaska. And so that they're amazing, but how do you fund it? I mean, and again, these my colleagues in Washington, they want to charge that additional cost to the consumer for that lifestyle. I
All right, everyone, we have a very distinguished guest. Governor Dunleavy is here. And Governor, whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying hello to people.
Thank you for being here today.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for having me. And I know that we still have this virus thing that's kind of impacting our get-togethers and so forth. But again, we're gonna work at getting through this. Now, my understanding is that we had a fairly good red run this year. Is that correct? Is that a yes? Yeah, fairly good red run. And that we had we actually had a number of folks coming from outside and chartering and having going with guides and staying at lodges. Did we do pretty good this year? Pretty good? Okay, good. I'm just double checking. And so I do want to recognize a few folks that we have here. Doug Vincent Lang, who's our commissioner. His helper and sidekick and compadre, Rick Green, who's also in the department. So just very briefly, and I don't want to take too much time. So you know that when I ran for office, my commitment was to make sure that we get more fish in the river, that we put in place the things that we need to have in place to make sure that the fish are returning, that the habitat is in decent shape, that they're spawning, and that any barriers that prevents those fish from going up and down the river that we work on. We still have a lot of work to do. There's no doubt about it. Our kings are not doing as well as they once were. We know that, and that's kind of true across the state. Reds seem to be doing well. Bristol Bay had another record year for the commercial guys, and my understanding is here in Cook Inlet, Reds did well as well. We're starting to see silvers come in. I'm not sure what the projection is or how it's looking, but we hope it's pretty good. Of course, we have lots of pinks, but we don't need to talk about those guys, right? But we're going to continue to work on improving the returns. We're going to continue to work on improving the returns for everyone. We want to make sure that all Alaskans can partake in the fisheries. Of course, not just here in Cook Inlet, even though this is what we're here for right now, but across the state of Alaska. We still have to work at finding out what may be happening out in the ocean with some of our fish. We're going to continue to work on looking at what's happening in river and coming up, for example, Cook Inlet, Susitna River Valley, Upper Cook Inlet, here in the Kenai and the rivers that serve the peninsula as well. And so I know that Doug is going to be working with his folks internally, his board, and getting input from all Alaskans to see how we can once again improve the fish coming into the rivers. And so I was heartened to hear that you were having a good year with regard to reds, and I'm looking forward to you having a good year when it comes to silvers as well. But again, we got to go back. We got to really figure out what's going on with the issue with the kings, and do our best to fix that issue so that we can get back to what we once knew and once had here in the Kenai, which were the largest kings in the world and the largest runs and some of the best runs and best experiences people had. So I'm just glad to be here today with a group of people that care about the fish, care about the rivers, care about the health of the system. So again, that our kids, our grandkids can experience what we experienced over the last several decades. And again, we'll keep our commitment to all of us here in the state of Alaska and here in the Cook Inlet and on the Kenai is to make sure that we keep working diligently to try and figure out where we have to improve areas to make sure that our fish are coming back in the numbers and in the consistency that we all anticipate. So with that, I don't want to ramble on. I'm glad to be here. I'll be having conversations with people. I'll be listening to the feedback. And of course, Doug and Rick and others associated with making sure that there's more fish here in the inlet, that we keep managing that. We know that sports fishing is a $129 billion
economic driver for this nation every year. Here in Alaska, it's about 2 billion, which is significant. The COVID kind of threw a little monkey wrench into things last year, but again, I'm heartened to hear that we've got a lot of folks coming to Alaska. I was down in Seward about 2 weeks ago to welcome back Lydia Jacoby, who was a 17-year-old who won the gold for Alaska. We're now the swimming capital of the world here in the state of Alaska. I don't know if you ever met Lydia, but she's a 17-year-old kid who just happens to be the best swimmer in the world at the 100 breaststroke right now here on the Kenai. She put us on the map. But when we were there, we ran into a whole host of people that were visiting Seward from all over the world. And the one thing I'll say is we get this king issue fixed. Every person I've ever talked to, and I'm not making this up, there's very few absolutes, but every person I've ever talked to that's come to Alaska, they love it. I've never met somebody that says, the trip really was awful, the trip was terrible. Everyone, and these are people from Texas, from North Carolina, never been here before, people from all over the world, from Asia, from Europe, that were able to get into the United States and come to Alaska. And everyone I talked to in Seward, everyone I talked to up in the Matsu, Anchorage, Juneau, every once in a while, it's kind of funny, you're living in the mansion in Juneau and you come out to go to work and there's people standing out there, tourists, looking at the totem pole or whatever. And so I like to go up and say, are you guys tourists? Well, yes, we are. And they just love the state. And the great thing is they say they're coming back, they're telling their friends, and they're bringing more people. So I'm anticipating we get this virus thing kind of figured out. I'm anticipating, and if we get the workers that we need, that you're going to have an unbelievable year next year. And I don't know when you will know what your bookings are telling you, but from all indications are people still want to get out and shake this COVID thing off of them that they've had the last year. And they're all coming to Alaska, and a lot of them are coming right here to the Kenai. So with that, I'll stop. I want to thank you for everything you're doing. We're going to keep working at the state level to make sure that we have the resources for all Alaskans and for the visitors coming here to the state of Alaska. So again, thank you. It's an honor to be here and look forward to talking with you.
Thank you for being here, Governor. And you're right. COVID has added some complexities to the industry, but we like to say sport fishing is one of the few things that you can do while social distancing. And we've had our issues, but for all intents and purposes, the industry has really been doing great, and Alaska is no exception to that. So with that, I want to invite up our next panelist. This panel is going to be talking about 30 by 30. So throughout today, you've kind of heard a couple comments about we're going to achieve X goal by 2030, by 2050, save 50% of the resource by X date, and this is definitely along that topic. So 30 by 30 is an initiative that has the goal of protecting 30% of land and water by the year 2030. So that sounds like a laudable goal. I think all of us would probably agree with that. But really, the devil is in the detail when it comes to these types of policies, and there's certainly a lot of questions that remain in terms of implementation and what this actually means, especially for a place like Alaska. So today we actually have Chris Horton, who was originally supposed to be on this panel. His flight got canceled, and he's, I believe, stuck in Texas. So we have Mike Leonard from the American Sport Fishing Association here. We also have Ron Reagan from the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. Thank you for being here. And Doug Vincent Lang from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Great. So Mike, we'll have you start it off.
Sure. Thanks, Danielle. And hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I want to thank Yamaha in particular for their sponsorship and involvement in this. And Martin, appreciate your recognition earlier of some of the work in the early days of the roundtable I put in. I don't remember having much of a choice in that matter. I seem to recall my boss, Mike Nussman, telling me, hey, you're going to put together the talking points for this session, but it's nice these 7 years later to get some recognition for it. So yeah, the 30 by 30 topic. I guess first, just quick introduction of ASA. So we're the trade association for the recreational fishing industry. Our members are companies primarily that make, sell, distribute fishing equipment. So rods, reels, line, lures, anything you use for fishing. Most of what we work on are natural resource issues, making sure there are a lot of fish out there, making sure anglers have access to pursue those fish. We do a little bit of tax and trade stuff, but mostly if you got fish, you got access to those fish, the industry is going to sell fishing equipment. So that's most of what we work on. So when we first heard of this 30 by 30 concept, obviously it caught our attention as being particularly relevant to what we work on, but weren't quite sure what form it would take. And it first showed up in the U.S. in California, where if any of you work on policy or are aware of policy, if something starts in California, it's probably the most extreme version of that policy that you're going to run into. So it was an interesting sort of petri dish to see 30 by 30 play out. And so there was a bill introduced in early 2020 that sort of set this ambitious goal in the state. And we didn't really get tuned into it until it had already passed the state assembly and was then working its way through the Senate. And the fishing community out there looked at this and said, well, wait a second, we're not quite sure what this means. What exactly are we protecting? Where are we now? Where are we trying to get to? Where does fishing fit into this idea of protecting, which was the term that was used there? Important distinction between conserving lands and waters and protecting. And out there they were talking about protecting. It was a pretty poorly, just being honest, it was a pretty poorly drafted bill. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. There were a whole lot of questions that the bill didn't answer. So we started, and Danielle spent a ton of time on this working with partners out there, spent a lot of time trying to sit down with the supporters of this bill, these environmental groups, and understand, what are you trying to achieve here? How do you see this playing out? What state entities are going to be charged with doing this? Are you counting current conservation efforts towards this goal? And they didn't really have answers to those questions. And we started to realize over time, it wasn't that they didn't want to tell us, maybe they did, but it was that they didn't know either. They were seemed to be figuring it out as they went along. So, which is never a good way to craft public policy, is, we'll just figure it out as we go along. Thankfully, that bill got defeated in the state Senate. I think the questions we were asking, the concerns we were raising, I think played a part in that, even in a state like California. But it wasn't just us. I think in the early going, we were the fishing community were the first ones asking these questions. But eventually, all sorts of stakeholder groups, from ag, real estate, developers, water users, started wondering, hey, what exactly does this mean? Where do we fit into your definition of conserving or protecting 30% of lands and waters by 2030? So I think the defeat of that bill was important, not just in California, but more broadly in indicating that, hey, the fishing community is a major player in these types of conservation initiatives. And if you don't engage with us from the front end, and go about this in a way that recognizes the important economic, social, conservation role that recreational fishing plays, and just sort of ram through something that may or may not allow this activity to continue in the sustainable, well-managed way that it is in just about every part of the country, we're going to have some concerns with that. So the other thing we started to do was, as a community, a handful of us organizations sat down and talked to each other about, this isn't going away. 30 by 30 is a huge, well-funded global initiative. That's not going to end in California, certainly not with the defeat of a bill in California. So how do we want to position our community as this continues to unfold at the national level and then state by state? And do we want to just have an outright opposition position to this and just try and kill it everywhere it comes up and see where that goes? Again, recognizing we're talking about many, many billions of dollars at a global level to push this type of agenda forward. Or do we try and more proactively and constructively engage in it and demonstrate the conservation role that hunters and anglers play in the U.S. and have for many, many decades? I believe that hunters and anglers are the original and the leading conservationists in this country. We've done more to support fish and wildlife conservation than any other group out there. So if you're talking about a new conservation goal, I think we have something to say about that, and we should have a seat at the table. Working with groups like Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, Chris Horton was a key player in this, and I'm sure would do a better job of explaining all this than I have been. But worked up a hunting and fishing coalition statement, and have been working to get all the major organizations in this arena together, pushing the same message rather than sort of leaving it to each group to sort of figure it out as they go along. So back in the fall, we worked on that statement, recognizing whether it's at the state level or at a federal level, particularly under a Biden administration, that 30 by 30 was going to continue to be a major part of what we're doing. came up with this resolution, and sorry to read from my phone, but I forgot to write this down. The central themes of our statement are that we support 30 by 30 policy proposals that include 1, a recognition of the positive role that hunting and fishing play in conservation. 2, include protected area definitions that allow for well-managed and sustainable wildlife-dependent activities. 3, include consideration of existing protected areas in measuring progress. 4, targeted science-based conservation measures developed through a stakeholder-driven process. And 5, clearly defined roles and authorities for the entities charged with carrying out the 30 by 30 proposal. Essentially all things that were not in the California process, but things that if you want to do good, legitimate conservation, these are the tenets that you do that by. I think that's largely been successful. Again, we're now working with a Biden administration that has 30 by 30 as one of their key pillars of their environmental agenda. Earlier this year, they came out with an initial report of, it was titled America the Beautiful, sort of a reframing of 30 by 30, of how this administration plans to move forward with this 30 by 30 concept. It was very sort of 30,000 foot level of just sort of generally identifying what this means, how it's going to be carried out, what the next steps are. But consistently throughout that report, credit where it's due, there was clear recognition of all the things I just mentioned before, that this was all going to be collaborative, participatory, recognizing that there are many varied definitions of conservation, and that all these ideas collectively make up what conservation should look like. This isn't just a one-size-fits-all, only the most extreme definition of protected area where there's essentially no human use allowed is what they're considering protection. Again, a very collaborative, broad definition of what this is going to look like. So, we'll see. All we've got is an initial report. There will be many next steps, including maybe the most important first step in this is identifying, where are we now? You could argue, depending on how you define conservation, Alaska would certainly far exceed 30% of the state being conserved in some form. I think many other parts of the country are as well. We've got national laws like the Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, Marine Mammal Protection Act, that apply everywhere that provide some level of protection. So only looking at a very narrow definition that gets you a low number probably isn't looking at the bigger picture. So, we'll see where this all takes us. I think as a community, we're fairly well positioned, but we'll have to stay vigilant, stay at the table, and see ultimately where this all goes. But, again, to the extent this can be opportunity to get more momentum, get more attention towards good, legitimate conservation, recognizing all the great work that's already being done, especially by state fish and wildlife agencies to conserve fish and wildlife, then that could be a good thing. It's sort of silly to pick these arbitrary numbers and say, unless we do 30%, all hope is lost. But again, if we're thoughtful about it, and again use this as an opportunity to get more attention to conservation, it could be a good thing. But the California example certainly showed us where this could lead if our community is not vigilant. So we intend to remain at the table and sort of take these one at a time as they pop up. So I'll end there and look forward to any questions or further dialogue going forward.
Great. Just kind of jumping off what you mentioned with the Biden administration, what appetite has there been within Congress on this sort of policy and incorporating into any larger package in this Congress?
Yeah, good question. So last year there was I guess a few things. There's been resolutions, which of course are just resolutions. They're not law. Resolutions sort of establishing the U.S. as creating this 30 by 30 goal. But again, that's just sort of a press release kind of thing. There was a bill last Congress, in the House at least, to set this goal of 30%, but also had more specifics in how we get there and what type of activities would or wouldn't be included. But again, with this new administration, and those were of course more Democratic-led efforts. With this new administration, Congress, at least the Democrats in Congress, are kind of stepping back and allowing the administration to pursue 30 by 30 under its own process, as opposed to Congress pushing forward with its own 30 by 30 agenda. I will say though, I think what my expectation is, what we'll likely see is Instead of like one big congressional 30 by 30 package, we're going to see a lot of individual conservation, natural resource related bills that are marketed under this 30 by 30 bill. That this wilderness designation in Colorado or whatever is going to help fulfill this 30 by 30 goal. So I think it'll more be, we have these smaller pieces that are under the theme as opposed to one large vehicle that it's all done towards. But that's just me sort of read the tea leaves right now.
Right. Excellent. Well, Ron, I think, you can probably speak to what's going on at the state level and your folks are going to be the ones implementing this if it goes forward, so, or not. But take it away on that.
Okay. Well, thanks, Danielle. Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to participate in this important panel. I think this is probably the second time I've been on the Kenai in the last 5 or 6 years. It's always a pleasure to come up here. I've been gorging on reindeer sausage, halibut, and salmon, and enjoying all that you have to offer. And I want to acknowledge that Sarah Parker Polly, who is the president of my association, is here with me this week. And Sarah is the director of the Missouri Department of Conservation, and I know she'll be looking forward to meeting you over the next couple of days. And not only are we enjoying the great food and hospitality that both Ben Moore and Ben Mulligan have been helping us search out, both in Anchorage and here, we're also really glad to be away from the heat and humidity of a Midwestern state and a Mid-Atlantic coastal state. So let me say a couple of words about the association before I say some comments specific to 30 by 30. So the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, for lack of a better description, would be like a trade association. We were founded in 1902 with a meeting in the Big Sky country of Yellowstone National Park. And the chief conservation officer, if you will, of the day in the state of Montana invited his peers and colleagues to sit around the campfire and talk about new and emerging issues concerning wildlife conservation and how to work together to address them. And I always get a kick out of having read what they were about, what those issues were, but one of them was spring hunting seasons. Secondly, it was license fees, and state agencies were just starting to figure out how to be a self-supporting entity, if you will, through a user-pay system to do the work that they do. And then finally, the whole notion of state versus federal authorities for managing migratory birds. And someone in one of their presentations this afternoon mentioned the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So that conversation at the state level began in 1902. It was consummated, and maybe the former, depending on what you think about the outcome. But it was consummated at the end of World War I with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the system that we have in place today for managing those birds. The association is based in Washington, D.C. We have 25 employees, about a $5 million budget. All of the states and most of the provinces and territories of Canada are members. Our mission is quite simple. I always tell folks, my elevator speech is easy. It's the same mission that we had in 1902 that we have now today, and that's to represent our member jurisdictions on national fish and wildlife policy before Congress and the administration. We're nonpartisan. We work with both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill, and we work with whatever administration is in power. And on any given day, we probably work on more things than we should, but we have a hard time saying no. But some of the things that might be of interest to you up here in Alaska, which do consume a fair amount of our time, include endangered species, federal public lands management, sustainable use, recreational fishing and its access, and then federal funding to support the work of state fish and wildlife agencies. The other thing that I think we do well is we are a respected organization, and we work a lot with Mike Leonard and Danielle and their colleagues, including their CEO with the American Sport Fishing Association. You know, we work with the Boone and Crockett Club, the National Wild Turkey Federation, etc. And I think we do have a certain convening power which enables us to bring together folks interested in conservation to figure out what that means at a national scale. And of course, not only do all of those things I mentioned, you know, land on our desk, but so does or did 30 by 30, or as it's now branded, America the Beautiful. And let me say two initial things about that. So the association has a long history of facilitating regional and national dialogue with federal agencies and NGO partners about all sorts of landscape conservation planning and delivery. We have worked extensively from the very beginning, both with the notion of fish habitat partnerships, and there's probably 5 or 6 of them up here in Alaska, Doug. I forget exactly how many, but Alaska was an early adopter in thinking about regional planning and delivery for fish habitat conservation. And then if you go back further in time to 25 plus years or more, we were at the table helping to facilitate discussions about habitat conservation on continental scale here in North America regarding waterfowl and migratory birds through joint ventures. We actually have someone on contract which helps us to think through landscape conservation at a national level, and we may in fact in the coming year or so explore the opportunity to form some kind of national leadership team with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the association with the leadership of our state directors, people like Doug here to my left, to sort through how we think about landscape conservation with no harm done to the authorities of states to manage the fish and wildlife within their jurisdictions. Secondly, I think it's important for you to know that the association really, you know, works in a consensus sort of way to get its work done. We try not to develop positions or advance positions that are driven by myself or paid staff per se. We rely greatly on people like our president, our other officers, and members like Doug to review and critique and provide editorial comment on a variety of issues, whatever they might be. Some of the issues like excise taxes for fish and wildlife conservation funding, they're pretty easy to reach consensus on. We usually know where the landmines are before we go down that path. When we start talking about things like federal endangered species policy, that can be a lot more difficult for us because that particular topic more readily becomes politicized, and we may in fact have state directors in one state or states told, don't weigh in on the ESA, we don't want to give a win to the other party. The very same day, we'll get a call from a director in another state from
Why are you pointing at me?
Well, I'm just doing this. But it could be you. Saying, you know, the same sort of thing. And in those cases, you know, reaching consensus is very difficult. But I do want to say we really appreciate Doug and his leadership. And Governor, thank you for putting him in the place that he is, because he does lean in on issues. Alaska does have some unique and complex challenges that those of us in the lower 48 don't always fully appreciate or understand. And we appreciate him trying to help us learn and think through what the implications might be for Alaska in particular. Doug did that with 30 by 30, and as you may know, Governor, and others in this room, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game sent in comments early on 30 by 30, which were helpful to us in setting our agenda. So with that in mind, let me move on and share a couple of things that we raised with the administration back in April. We submitted these comments to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and it's a much longer list, and giving due consideration to the time that we have this afternoon, I won't walk through them all, but I will highlight a couple. Well, more than a couple, but not in a lot of detail. So as you might imagine, because we want to make sure state fish and wildlife agencies are able to do the job they're constituted to do, we certainly focused in on consultation at the earliest possible date with state fish and wildlife agencies to think through, what does 30 by 30 mean? What does it look like? How does it get implemented? And we made the point in our principles that we don't want to see state fish and wildlife agencies treated like any other partner, if you will, but there's a unique and special relationship because of the authorities jurisdictionally that the federal government has for some species of fish and wildlife in this country, and the large number of species that state fish and wildlife agencies have jurisdictional authority for. So we wanted to be the primary collaborators, and we urged the establishment of an intergovernmental state, federal, tribal task force to focus on these first step issues. And as I indicated earlier, we actually have a different path forward dealing with landscape conservation, which isn't necessarily tied to 30 by 30, but where we're making that same case at the same time. As Mike indicated here, there has been a lot of uncertainty about presuppositions, the definitions, the things that are going to really count at the end of the day in driving the agenda. Is it protection? Is it preservation? Is it wise use? Is it conservation? And once you get over that hurdle, what are the implications in terms of how you frame those definitions for hunting, fishing, trapping, and timber harvest, for example, a variety of regulated sustainable uses, and also for outdoor recreation on public lands. Of course, we strongly recommended the use of the term conservation, and we strongly recommended that there be no harm done, if you will, to a variety of traditional recreational uses. And we stated that perhaps of equal importance to what should be defined or how it should be defined, the administration should clearly articulate what 30 by 30 isn't. A couple of the other points that we made is that there should not be a one-sized approach to drive policy and implementation. What might work on the East Coast might not work in Alaska. And make sure to know about those distinctives from a legal standpoint, a jurisdictional standpoint, and the kinds of habitat conservation that's already occurring. We made an appeal for science to drive decisions. State fish and wildlife agencies have a long history of demonstrating the value of science to develop harvest recommendations for fisheries and wildlife, and to think about how those are linked to habitat goals for conservation and for management. We suggested to the administration that they look to existing regional partnerships designed to plan for or deliver habitat conservation. There's no need to reinvent the wheel in the context of things like the joint ventures for waterfowl that I mentioned, in the context of the fish habitat partnerships that I mentioned. And we are seeing across several scales in the country things like the Southeast Conservation Adaptation Strategy, Nature's Network in the Northeast, the Midwest Landscape Initiative, and the Critical Habitat Assessment Tool in the West is all examples of states coming together, typically working with federal partners to think through landscape conservation at regional scales. I think I have 3 more here, and then I'll have some concluding remarks. We encourage them to make sure that there's a great deal of collaboration in any work that they do, and that things be transparent. And given that we have such an interest in sustainable use and partnerships, we wanted to see robust stakeholder processes that include hunters and anglers, outdoor recreationists, private landowners, energy and agriculture interests, and so forth. And we heard how that kind of effort is coming together through the Hunt Fish 3030 initiative that the American Sport Fishing Association helped to get off the ground. We suggested that 30 by 30 might be a tool to help address threatened and endangered species and species of greatest conservation need. And we suggested that the administration utilize state wildlife action plans as a basis for thinking about habitat conservation delivery. And then finally, we made a strong appeal for considering the interests of private landowners and thinking about working lands and thinking about ways to develop voluntary incentive-based approaches to support good stewardship. There was much more in the report, but I think what I'll do now is tell you that when we saw the report come out about a month later, again, it's called Conserving and Restoring America the Beautiful, we were heartened to see that many of the things that we advocated for in our recommendations, which were not very different from many in the community, were in fact addressed. The report certainly advocates for a collaborative and inclusive approach with local engagement, and they use the term early listening and learning. They certainly give a nod to that science is foundational, that voluntary stewardship is a given, and really the term of art or the term of engagement is conservation that will carry the day, and not some other term that some others in the environmental community might push. That being said, there remain unanswered questions about what counts and metrics, among others. And of course, from a state Fish and Wildlife Agency perspective, we're still going to push that early collaboration, have state directors and key leaders at the table early and often and at the right time to help define those metrics and what quality outcomes look like. We just learned last week that the Council on Environmental Quality has recently announced the formation of the America the Beautiful Interagency Working Group, and we trust perhaps that this working group will in fact help to define some of the questions that we're talking about here. And again, we're hoping there's due acknowledgement of a state-centric collaborative dialogue. My final comment, Danielle, if I may, is that even though many details demand definition, one state Fish and Wildlife director noted, quote, "It is not often that a president of the United States leans in with a conservation initiative at the top of his agenda. We should take some measure of heart in that and then take every advantage of every opportunity to shape outcomes in a beneficial way." So, thank you.
Great, thank you, Ron. Yeah, and I think, kind of speaking to the fact that a one-size-fits-all approach to something like this is just not going to work. Certainly California is very different than Alaska, and I think we can all kind of, take a lot of lessons from, the folks of Alaska. No one cares about the environment here more than Alaskans do. And I probably selfishly, because I do work on California policy, would have loved to see this sort of thing introduced in Alaska, because it would have been done, right? I kind of like, no matter how you would define protection or conservation, for the most part, it's been achieved here. With that, I'd like to hand it over and discuss from your angle.
Hey, thank you. My name is Doug Vincent Lang. I'm the Commissioner for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. It's an honor to have that job. Thank you, Governor. First off, I want to thank the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association for all you guys do for conservation of this awesome watershed that we're in. The Kenai River is basically how most Alaskans in Alaska feed their families, put food in their freezers, and this year we did a pretty good job of making sure everybody had an opportunity to fill their freezers with sockeye so that we can put sockeye salmon on the plates of Alaskans all winter long. So I want to thank you for your efforts, and I also want to thank Yamaha for their sponsorship of this event. It couldn't happen without you guys. And just a side note, we are going to restore the world-famous king salmon run. It's going to take a little bit of time, given what's happening in the ocean, but we are going to get there, and we're going to get these big kings back into this river, and we're going to be fishing for them again someday soon. So before I begin discussing 30 by 30 and climate change, which is kind of the underlying reasons of this, let me begin by saying, you know, Alaskans are really proud of the rich resources in our state and off our shores, which support really robust populations of fish, shellfish, plants, birds, and wildlife. And we successfully manage our diverse resources sustainably to provide not only for their utilization, development, and conservation in the best, but we do that in the best interest of our economy and the well-being of the people of the state. And unlike many other states, this is required by our Constitution, and it was one of the primary impetuses for our statehood. And let me add, Alaska's approach is highly effective. Our fish and game management programs are lauded around the world. Our management has maintained vast, interconnected ecosystems that support healthy populations of fish and wildlife that provide food, recreation, and economic benefits to Alaskans. For example, Alaska produces more than half of the fish caught in the waters off the coast of the United States, with an average wholesale value of nearly $4.5 billion a year. Alaska's fisheries are amongst the best managed, most sustainable in the entire world. Alaska's resources provide jobs and a stable food supply for the nation, while supporting traditional ways of life for Alaska Native and rural fishing communities. Now, regarding implementation of the 30 by 30 initiative. Section 26A of the executive order outlines a goal of conserving 30% of the lands and 30% of the waters by 2030. In determining how to implement this initiative, Alaska urges the Biden administration to recognize that conservation includes the management of human use of natural resources for both public benefit and sustainable social and economic utilization. This is a key point to establish at the beginning of the process. Conservation is not preservation. We have to basically have this initiative founded on wise use and continued use of resources. The methods used for conservation in Alaska should be the model for establishing guidelines to determine whether lands and waters qualify for conservation under this executive order. National parks, preserves, forest, monuments, and wildlife refuges currently cover nearly 40% of my state, and much of the remaining area outside of these is also well conserved already. Simply put, we do not need more land set aside in Alaska. We have exceeded the goals of the 30 by 30 initiative. One only need to look at the various provisions that Congress included in the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act over 40 years ago to see that it not only addressed conservation designations for our great state, but also amended the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act and the Statehood Act. Congress wanted to ensure that conservation designations would not interfere with the fulfillment of state and Native corporations' land entitlement or the ability to have access to and use of our lands and waters for a variety of purposes, such as rural community access and infrastructure needs and opportunities. This is key, responsible resource development. ANILCA Section 101D is clear on congressional intent that no further legislation or regulation or initiative designating new conservation system units, national recreation areas, national conservation areas are warranted because ANILCA struck the proper balance between protection of the national interest in the public lands in Alaska and the future economic and social needs of our great state and its citizens. With the passage of ANILCA, Alaska not only met but exceeded the intent of the 30 by 30 goal in the executive order 40 years ago. Currently, 145 million acres, where nearly 40% of Alaska is designated for conservation purposes. ANILCA was and remains to date the single largest expansion of protected lands in U.S. history and more than doubled the size of the national park system. As with lands, we do not need more water set aside in Alaska. Over 65% of Alaska's exclusive economic zone is closed to some or all fishing to conserve habitat, sustain fisheries in coastal communities, and protect marine mammals. Over 1 million square miles of Alaska's coast has been selected as proposed and designated critical habitat for a wide range of species listed under the Endangered Species Act. The proposed and designated critical habitat off Alaska is the size of the 7 largest 48 states combined. This compares to less than 500,000 miles of proposed and designated critical habitat off the entire lower 48 states. Management programs for Alaska's land and waters are developed through well-established processes that provide for healthy and intact ecosystems and ensure that nature is conserved. Setting aside additional lands and waters in Alaska solely to achieve a numeric goal, not a biologic goal, would be a disservice to other parts of the country where restoration and conservation is more sorely needed. Not conserving those areas would set up the 30 by 30 approach as a failure for conserving nature. In sum, we do not need to conserve more of Alaska. We need the rest of the nation to look more like our great state. And we need more of the world to look like Alaska. The Biden administration should look beyond the United States and encourage, through all available mechanisms, the set-asides of lands and waters in other countries that have poor environmental regulations of their lands and waters compared to Alaska and the United States. Wouldn't it be interesting to see 30% of the lands and waters east of the Mississippi set aside into conservation status like our great state has? Section 216C of the executive order directs NOAA to gather input on ways to make management of fish and wildlife and their habitats more resilient to climate change. Our changing climate is certainly one of the largest and headline-grabbing challenges facing fish and wildlife management systems. However, it cannot and should not become the single driving force in our management. Other biological, social, and economic factors that directly impact fish and wildlife and their habitats may be more immediate than climate change impacts and should be addressed by resource management as needed. Simply put, we cannot become myopic in our focus on climate change. A focus on climate change should not blind us to other issues, especially when those other issues may be more pressing. For example, climate change-driven Endangered Species Act listings in Alaska for species like ring seals and bearded seals, which number in the hundreds of thousands to millions, is prioritizing resources away from species with higher conservation needs, such as the North Pacific right whale with a population size of around 30. Based on experience in Alaska, existing management processes are best suited to ensure that fish and wildlife resources are resilient to changes in climate and other environmental factors. Through the Alaska Boards of Fisheries and Games, the North Pacific Fishery Management Councils, and other bodies, Alaska's fish and wildlife management programs use a variety of conservation tools to adapt to environmental, social, economic changes, including climate-related variables. A critical aspect of resilience of protected resources to climate change is ensuring connectivity and low levels of other stressors. When an area is closed off, effort intensifies elsewhere. What is less certain is what happens to fish and wildlife stocks outside of protected areas. Unlike other states, the unparalleled terrestrial and aquatic wildlife connectivity in Alaska, from having 40% of our land and 65% of the federal waters set aside, provides considerable resilience to climate change impacts. The Alaska system of fish and wildlife management results in meaningful conservation of wildlife and land. When considering actions to implement the executive order, the Biden administration should recognize the success of these conservation and management processes and ensure additional conservation efforts are not simply additional regulatory and administrative hurdles and burdens that do little to nothing to make fisheries and protected resources more resilient to climate change. In sum, Alaska strongly recommends that any 30 by 30 effort is focused on conservation, not preservation. Any such effort should recognize that unlike other states and nations, vast amounts of lands and waters are already in some type of conservation status in our great state, far more than the 30% specified in this initiative. Simply put, we do not need additional set-asides in Alaska. Efforts should be looked at elsewhere. Regarding climate change, any effort needs to recognize that while climate is an important driver, it should not become the most important management consideration, as other factors that can affect fish and wildlife and the habitats they occupy may be spatially and or temporarily more important. Biological systems are indefinitely complex, and we simply cannot become myopic in our quest to address climate impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, all. I'm curious, so, I think just speaking on the climate front, working on this issue in California, I think the 30 by 30 initiative to some degree comes from a place of privilege. I would imagine if these types of policies were implemented in a place like Alaska, there would be probably significant socioeconomic challenges that don't exist right now, and I'm just curious if you could speak to that, with different communities in Alaska.
Well, certainly. Let's just say that in Alaska, the Biden administration decides to make a larger chunk of the Yukon River into federal protected zones, and basically would decide that that protected zone can't allow harvest. That would have a significant impact in our rural communities by not being able to feed their families. Subsistence is a way of life. It is the way of life in rural Alaska, and simply protecting the lands does little to, if it's preserved, does little to feed those people.
Right.
Nature is their grocery store.
Absolutely, absolutely. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, the gentleman on the left here talked about the Biden administration, preservation policy.
Turn this way.
I think it does go back to what is the definition of conservation and preservation the commission talked about, and we get those all confused. This isn't a huge hard to get the definition, and that's what we need to do with our new administration in D.C. is let them understand. 1887, Boone and Crockett Club was formed, and Teddy Roosevelt with the conservation codes and navigations emission statements. And I would like to see the Biden administration start looking at that man's vision and what conservation is. And preservation is a tool under conservation, and not the other way around.
Yeah, and it's sort of been hit on here. Ron touched on it too. The report that came out, the America the Beautiful report, did clarify and it actually made in several points throughout the distinction between protection and conservation, and that this initiative is about conservation as they see it. We're still waiting to see some more specifics about the types of programs that would fit under that definition of conservation. Ron touched on things like National Fish Habitat Partnership, state wildlife action plans. On the marine space, you have all sorts of forms of marine protected areas, some of which ban everything, some of which are seasonal closures, spawning closures, gear restricted areas. In our minds, those all fit within the broad definition of conservation. We're still waiting for more confirmation from the administration that that's how they view it. But again, from the initial terminology we're seeing come from them, they seem to be leaning more in that direction of the broader suite of conservation tools, as opposed to sort of a very myopic, prescriptive.
Is preservation on top or conservation on top?
As they're putting it, I think it's all of the above, but conservation is the prevailing theme that they're pushing forward as we're seeing it. Again, devil's going to be in the details. We've only seen one 20 or so page report. The next step is going to be what they call a conservation atlas, where they look at all the different levels of conservation that are currently going on throughout the United States, which, according to the administration, would fit within their definition of conservation. So that's when we're going to start to see those details. We're going to provide recommendations of existing initiatives and programs that we think should be included in that atlas that are emblematic of all the different types of conservation work that goes on there. And we'll have to wait and see how well their atlas aligns with what we view this broad definition of conservation to look like.
I think it's really important to kind of look at how the words conservation and preservation are looked at. The driving force behind the 30 by 30 initiative is a United Nations report that's calling for preservation of biodiversity across our planet. Now, everybody wants to keep biodiversity on our planet, and make sure that it's sustained over time. But the problem is that when that becomes, the preservation of biodiversity becomes a driving factor, it leads into national policies that like we saw in Alaska, the National Wildlife Refuge System became driven by natural diversity, by maintenance of natural diversity at the expense of hunting and fishing. So we're very fearful that as we move forward in time, that we're going to see, at least nationally, there's going to be a drive to maintain natural diversity on these set-aside lands. and that could come at the expense of hunting and fishing and other uses of the lands, which in Alaska are critical towards maintaining our economy and our ways of life. So we're watching this very carefully, that this does not become a preservation of natural diversity or biodiversity. Rather, it's based in the context of conservation of biodiversity, allowing wise use as an associated factor.
So is the goal ultimately, well, let me state it this way. Are there any states that have a statutory definition, conservation, to your knowledge?
Ooh.
Not that I know of. And would that be needed in order to implement something like this in any, real way?
Well, I think that our comments, Mark, was that this needs to be conservation-based rather than preservation-based.
Right.
And we provided a definition of conservation in our comments. So I think there is a lot of discussion as to what the difference of those two terms are. Because I think some people that are arguing for a preservationist term couch it as a type of conservation.
Right. It's very common.
Yeah. Conservationists believe the opposite. Preservation is something completely different than conservation.
Right.
I think,
Yeah,
if I
go
might,
ahead.
this may relate more back to your question, but perhaps it intersects with yours as well. But two observations on my part, maybe three. One is you do need to get the definitions right, and as Mike has said, at least early on now, for the first time, there has been some clearer definitional certainty that the administration is leaning or standing behind the notion of conservation as opposed to preservation. And as I guess what Doug is trying to say, but once you get there, there's still different ways of thinking about what conservation really means. And so there's going to need to be a lot of due diligence in having conversations about what the practical implications are as you step down what conservation means. And that's one of the reasons why, for example, AFWA, my organization, and groups like the American Sport Fishing Association are going to be pushing for having a seat at the table, to help frame things appropriately from our perspective. I will say that I think we're a bit, we potentially can benefit from the fact there are some folks very senior in the administration that are very pragmatic in thinking about conservation because they come from forest and farm owning families in the South and in the Midwest, for example. I won't mention any names, but some very senior people at USDA that I think, want to apply a pragmatic approach to thinking about what conservation is, which means voluntary, incentive-based approaches to thinking about private lands. And then on the other hand, at the Department of the Interior, there are some folks there, who come out of very high levels of government with a lot of experience in managing fish and wildlife from a state perspective. And I think, to the extent that they can, they're going to try to shape things that, comport quite well, probably, more often than not, with the kinds of things we're talking about here.
If I could just add to the definition, I think there's, the words are important, but even getting a definition doesn't always fully address things. Danielle, you remember in California, one of the things we kept pushing the sponsors of that bill was, give us a definition of protection. What does that mean to you? And what we got was sort of a jumbled word salad definition that was sort of circular. It was protection means blah, 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 the protection of fish and wildlife.
Right.
So
I think the definition included the word many times.
Right.
Yeah.
The word you're trying to define was in the definition.
Right.
So that only gets you so far, and that's where I keep coming back to the early report talking about more conceptual, what Ron just mentioned, the voluntary, collaborative, incentive-based types of conservation that we are all familiar with. So the more that we kind of see our vision of conservation in specific, tangible terms reflected in what their vision is going to be, I think that'll help kind of ease some of the tension. So when we hopefully see this atlas that references many programs that we know and trust and have seen produce tangible conservation benefits. I think that's where the proof in the pudding will start to kind of manifest itself.
Right, absolutely. And I think, depending on the area that you're talking about in the United States, there might be some places that really need extra help in terms of conservation and biodiversity protection. Should those areas exist, those protections or conservation efforts exist in perpetuity? Probably not. But we really haven't seen a lot of conversation around that. And how do you determine when these efforts can be lifted? When have populations rebounded if needed? So I'm wondering if you guys can kind of speak on what would be needed at the federal level to kind of determine when we can lift any conservation efforts that have been implemented if this were to go forward.
So that's an interesting concept. So as we're designating critical habitat for threatened species with climate change, we're assuming that those are static areas. Well,
Right.
with climate change, we know that the static areas are going to change and probably become unsuitable for species. So they're going to have to require changes over time to basically recognize that species are moving with respect to climate. So, yeah, I think the key thing is that as this moves forward, it has to recognize that as lands are biodiversity is conserved. Let's not say lands and waters need to be set aside, but as biodiversity is conserved, that it's conserved in a metric that considers wise and responsible use of resources. Those are not incompatible terms. I think Alaska has demonstrated very well that we can have maintenance of biodiversity and wise use and responsible use. Those are not opposite terms that have to occur. And I think there are some people, when you read the United Nations report, they are seeing the opposite. They are seeing that those two terms, are wise use and responsible use, are not compatible with maintenance of biodiversity.
Yeah, and I guess I would say to your question, it kind of gets back to this whole thing about, there is not one size fits all approach. So on the one hand, if you have fee title acquisition, well, I mean, that probably means, in fact, that land is going to be in federal or state or local ownership forever. On the other hand, you may have different kinds of easements which may have different terms of duration. And then all the way over to the other side, when you start getting into things like voluntary incentive programs in the Midwest in particular, how do you even count those, like CRP? And then when they roll off the books, does that mean all of a sudden in some state you've gone from 32% to 29% or what? Those are, there is no one size fits all. It's going to depend on the tool. And there's going to be this hard conversation about what counts and how do you count it, depending on whether it's, protected in perpetuity or has some kind of rolling data.
Well, it's good that you're hearing this. This should be a state-by-state balance sheet.
Yes.
No pressure.
Yeah.
But kind of getting back to the biodiversity part of the conversation, you're right that, these policies or these proposed policies really did start from a conversation about where we are in terms of conserving biodiversity in the world. And, I've read several studies that indicate that we don't really even know, we don't have enough data to indicate where we are in terms of biodiversity. I think I read recently, less than 40% of countries have enough data to even say with any level of certainty that biodiversity is decreasing. So, I think maybe that's an area where the U.S. can focus. And I think taking stock and inventory on where we even are to make these decisions is going to be certainly important. And that takes funding, of course.
Yeah, and to that I would say, Danielle, I think that does prove the point that states with their state wildlife action plans, if they had more sustainable dedicated funding or resources to help do the baseline research, inventory, and monitoring work that you're indicating is needed, history of the last 20 years has documented that some species that were thought to be imperiled in some states have in fact have stronger, sustainable, resilient populations, and the only reason we know that is because we had sufficient funding to do the work to go and look for them. So.
So I get a kick out of this concept. We got to get back to America the Beautiful. Look, 100 years ago, 1900, and America, the East Coast was deforested. We had burned every piece of wood that we had. There was lumber industry. You look at the East Coast of the United States now; it's forested. You know, it's more beautiful than it was in 1900. You know, functional ecosystem management has dramatically improved across America in the last 100 years. We don't have a broken system. We have a system that's largely successful. Can we improve it? We should always be looking to improve it, but is it broken? No. It's probably, have more biodiversity in America than we had 150 years ago.
Yeah, that's one of the big challenges with these global initiatives. You know, we've seen this for decades with the whole marine protected area debate, is you take a global concept that may apply to countries that are close to 0% of their lands and waters being conserved, to where, yes, some sort of basic type of, just getting fundamental conservation in place is going to have meaningful, tangible benefits. But when you try and apply a concept to a nation that has very, very poor environmental standards, to the U.S. that has arguably the best environmental standards and the best management and conservation, not to say we can't improve and do better, it just doesn't apply. So, and I think that's what we struggle with some of these environmental groups, is they want to be able to go tell these other nations, well, see, the U.S. has already done this, you should too. But it's not apples to apples, and it comes with a lack of recognition for the extremely successful. I mean, you just look at federal marine fisheries. Every year, NOAA Fisheries puts out a press release touting overfishing at an all-time low, stocks rebuilt. We've got some issues out there. There's still challenges, but we've got a structure in place to address them that a lot of countries don't have that management structure in place. So without having that recognition from the outset, we're not talking the same language with some of the proponents that are pushing these things. We're coming at it from very, very different levels.
Right, absolutely. And I think, all three of you are right in terms of how we conceptualize America the Beautiful. I think a lot of folks think back, when it comes to salmon and things of that nature, I think of Lewis and Clark and the things that they described moving through the West. And the truth of the matter is, you're right. Our environment has evolved and changed, and it's changed with our understanding of how to manage it over time. And certainly, kind of getting back to Alaska, there is no place, I think, within the United States that has a better appreciation for consistent appreciation for proper wildlife management than the state of Alaska, and that goes for land and water as well. Well, are there any questions from the audience? I think I saw one. Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah, hi. Ricky Giso, the former director of CRISA here, and I'm the state parks director. And I think when we talk about wise use in management of lands under federal, state, or municipal ownership, tribal ownership, funding is a key component of the equation. If we're driven by formulas that just say, hey, we want 30% under some sort of government agency management, without then following through with any of the funding components that make for stable and sustainable management, to do research, to manage people on those lands and have wise use, will be, I think, really missing the boat in the overall conversation. I'm really encouraged that Yamaha stepped up with its Rightwaters program to talk about the conservation efforts of anglers and industry and contributions of that. I'm now in position, about 20% of the overall outdoor recreation economy is generated by anglers and hunters. It's really important that anglers and hunters start telling the success of this conservation story. And it's 70, 80 years of success. It's the user pay, user benefit models that is successful. The rest of the outdoor recreation industry, I'm sorry, I'll be quite blunt, is not carrying the water in terms of bringing sustainable funding solutions to the table for wide use of our outdoor lands that we recreate on. And I hope that comes loud and clear, and that you're strong advocates, hopefully, for expansion
support it. So you're already at the seat at the table when the discussions take place. The rest of the outdoor recreation industry is not contributing its fair share and its fair weight, and hence we're not at the table. We're playing catch up. So a lot of these lands that we're talking about in this 30% are managed by parks and outdoor recreation agencies, state parks agencies, national parks or forestry agencies, and we don't have the horsepower management-wise to manage for wise use. So we may have put things in conservation easements, and they may be a great hurrah in a press release when that gets signed, but 10 years down the road, who's there when there's use on an area and you want to build a boardwalk or a bridge over a creek and prevent damage, ongoing damage to habitat? That's the conversation that I think we really need to do, and I hope that's part of the conversation that is opened up by this discussion, that it becomes wise and sustainable.
Yeah, just one quick thing. I appreciate you saying all of that, and I just want to reinforce that when the staff was here from Senator Sullivan's office and Senator Murkowski's office, one of the things they mentioned that was included in the infrastructure bill was the reauthorization of the Sport, Fish, and Boating Trust Fund. And that didn't generate much in the way of dialogue here today, and I get it. Roads and bridges and culverts are all vitally important everywhere in America, and certainly here on the Kenai in Alaska. But were that piece of that infrastructure bill not included, and if it doesn't get passed, we're going to lose a huge successful piece of that user pay, user benefit funding model that you're describing. And so, I mean, hats off to the Senate for including that in that bill, and let's hope it makes it through the process.
Right, absolutely. And I think, the industry, despite what, some environmental organizations would like to say, we really put our money where our mouth is in terms of the resources that we believe in conserving and want to use. And in the absence of our participation, you can't count on those funds for, the groups that you represent. So if there's no other questions, we'll take just a, oh, go ahead, please.
I was curious, so with these processes, I deal a lot with natural resources. I grew up in North Carolina farming, not commercially, but this is a big family operation for our use. I deal a lot with fisheries and water quality nowadays. So there's a lot of definitive talk around preservation and conservation that maybe I don't quite understand. Preservation, just leave it alone, don't ever touch it. Conservation, sustainable utilization. But what I'm always been interested in is, say, I used to work a lot in the Columbia River Basin where there was a lot of destruction, habitat destruction in some places. Does this 30 by 30 thing incorporate anything such as restoration or enhancement of those resources as opposed to just maintaining what we have? Because a lot of times where I've worked previously, not necessarily here in Alaska, restoration would be something that's very useful in improving what already exists as opposed to purely conserving or preserving it. But then maybe we already have something that's great, but making it better in an enhancement point of view. So I'm just curious if the 30 by 30 is going to be involved at all on restoration or enhancement, or if that's just not part of it.
Right, so the question is about kind of getting back to the definition of preservation and conservation, and how, kind of, if my understanding of your question is right, about where the baseline is. Including things like restoration and 30 by 30. Is that part of the conversation? Is it not? And in a place like the Pacific Northwest, like you mentioned, can really have a huge impact.
Well, certainly, to me, this is an effort to maintain biodiversity and functional, healthy ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
So restoration should be definitely included into that metrics.
So basically going from not just maintaining what we have.
Now, we would support removal of a few of those dams in the Columbia. We would be supportive of removal of a few of those dams in the Columbia.
Can you say that a little bit louder and standing, please?
Just kidding. Yeah, absolutely. Active management, active restoration, in our minds, has to be central to all this. If it's a more passive, we're just going to draw lines on a map and not let anyone go interact with that resource anymore, that's, in so many cases, not going to actually address any sort of the challenges that are causing, threats to biodiversity. So it gets back to the very broad, inclusive definition of conservation that includes active management, restoration, conservation, and not just the extreme, just no take, banning any sort of access.
Just similar to what we're talking about, so like I was on the Warren Springs Reservation, and they had a very precipitous decline in their spring Chinook population, but then you juxtapose that with an available source of what they were lacking in some areas. I thought was MVM, marine-derived nutrients, to support entomological development. So you're feeding the juveniles in your terminal area habitat. Maybe that's a problem, maybe not, but so say we have a surplus of one thing, like down in the Columbia River, American shad, that's kind of an invasive species, utilizing that as a source to distribute marine-derived nutrients through a watershed. But there's a lot of biocontrol issues to look into there with disease and whatnot. But just looking at, like, we have a baseline to where we're at, we're talking here, but not necessarily viewing that as the be-all, end-all, and maybe how can we enhance this with different inputs or different management strategies. And I was just wondering if that type of an application to improve, restore, or enhance a situation is part of 30 by 30, as opposed to just kind of saying maintain status quo and not lose any ground, but also thinking about gaining ground, gaining overall functionality. I'm just curious, but thank you for that.
Right, absolutely. So the comment is kind of, can 30 by 30 include things like enhancing, parts of the, right, exactly. And where there is a surplus in some species, for example, and not in others, how can that kind of be brought into the equation of 30 by 30?
I think it should, but I'm not president, so I can't say.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said something like you don't understand or you don't know how to define some of these things. Well, I think to the contrary, you're very articulate and you did a very good job of defining some things. And I think what you've heard up here is we would all agree that active management, including restoration of systems, is the bread and butter of conservation delivery, and it's what state fish and wildlife agencies have grown up doing for 125 years. So.
Yeah, it sounds fascinating. Unfortunately, in my research where I see so much paralysis by analysis, as opposed to then making applications that identify potential treatments. But anyway, fascinating. Thank you for illuminating all of that.
Thank you. And kind of getting back to the analysis part of it, are there metrics for protected? How do we measure protected, or how do we measure conserved? When is something conserved?
The administration's been using the USGS. I forget the name of the database.
It's an atlas.
Yeah, but it has
atlas of conserved lands. I think.
And it has like 4 different tiers based on terminology that is eluding me at the moment. But there are definitions in there, but it's sort of an eye of the beholder thing. Folks
Right.
go in and come up with their own definitions and change those categories. But that's how they come to the 23% of lands, and I forget what the percent of waters are.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Why 30%? So it's based on a predefined metric. But let's say it wasn't 30%. Let's say it was less than 30%. What the groups that are kind of pushing for these initiatives, what do they propose will happen?
I think the press releases I've read said, extinction crisis type of thing, the doom and gloom. But if you were to search the literature and try and find a scientific basis for that, I'm not sure that would exist. If we got to 29.5%, that wouldn't be good enough, and biodiversity would cease to exist. I'm kind of skeptical if that's true.
Right, and we've kind of seen that.
Take the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes used to be dominated by lake trout as the top level predator. Now it's salmon. Should we go back and try to restore those back to lake trout, or should we accept that we have a functional ecosystem now with lake trout, with salmon in it? I would argue we have a functional, healthy ecosystem right now that's supporting economic use and human use and a variety of other factors. So not to go back and try to eliminate all the salmon and put lake trout back in.
Right, and that's an interesting example too, because why are salmon in the Great Lakes? Because we introduced them.
Niagara Falls.
Right, exactly.
Well, the debate 30 years ago was, what does it mean to kind of like the sexy thing of the day was, let's restore at least in the east, ecosystems to some kind of pre-settlement ecology, you know, but how do you define any of that? And, you know, yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions.
I will go back to the quote that Ron ended with, though, to maybe put a little bit more of a positive spin on this, which, you know, these are all very important details that we're talking about that absolutely need to be addressed, but I do think there is a positive in all this, that to have conservation talked about in such a predominant term, and particularly with the potential to get some significant resources and attention to it, you know, there is some opportunity there, maybe less for Alaska, but more for parts of the lower 48 where there are indeed more serious land management and fish and wildlife conservation needs. Again, there is potential. I sort of view the 30 by 30 terminology being sort of silly, but if that's, again, emblematic of a broader push to put more attention towards conservation, you know, I think our community stands to benefit from that. And that's, again, why we're trying to engage and stay at the table.
Right, absolutely. And I think, you know, kind of summing everything together, all the conversations that we've had today, it's been really interesting to see how the industry itself is really getting ahead of a lot of these things. Recognizing the fact that, you know, perhaps our hand will be forced at some point, and why not prepare ourselves? And at, you know, at the end of the day, we're all on the same page in terms of wanting to, you know, have an environment that we're leaving for our children, you know, and not overusing resources, being responsible as we can while preserving, you know, the ability to fish and hunt and live off the resources, like you mentioned. So we're going to take just a quick break. Next we have Senator Sullivan, who will be here momentarily. So if everyone just wants to stick around, grab some coffee.
Before I leave the table, okay, this group does conservation, so bid early and often at the banquets tonight, and good luck coho salmon fishing. There should be lots of cohos in the river, so.
Thank you all.
Well done. I mean, this stuff is so complicated. There are no easy answers to any.
You get these questions like, yeah, I agree with your question. I don't. I had a whole.
All right, everyone. I want to welcome up Senator Sullivan. Thank you so much for joining us, Senator. And we've had really great, robust conversations today. Great.
Thanks very much. So I'm the closer?
Yeah, no
Okay.
pressure.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I guess I'm the closer, so I'm sorry I'm late. My wife Julie and I drove down from Anchorage just now, and it's great to be back on the Kenai. We love it here. I know Larry's been here and all our friends, and Danielle, thanks. We're just excited to be here, to fish, to see this great, amazing part of our state. I'm just going to wrap on a couple things we've been working on, and I think I'm holding everybody up between now and beers at the 5 o'clock event, so I want to make sure that I don't want to go too long. But I'll first talk about something that has nothing to do with fishing or the Kenai, but something I've been very, very focused on, involved with, including even this morning, what's going on in Afghanistan. And, regardless of your opinion on whether we should be there or how long we should be there or what our role there should be, I think this has been a real horrendous week, right? It's been a botched execution of a plan that shouldn't have been botched. And so I've been, some of you know, quite involved with this for quite some time. And, even getting intel updates last week on things that I was pressing them on, and you all saw it on TV. And shouldn't have happened, right? Should not have happened. So we're trying to deal with the aftermath of this, including Americans who are stuck in Kabul right now, and Afghans who sacrificed and trusted us who are stuck. And here's the message I've been saying, because I think it's really, really important. We got more veterans per capita state in the country, and a lot have served in the Middle East, a lot have served in Afghanistan, and the one, possibly the biggest criticism I had for the president's statement the other day was no reference to the sacrifice that we've had over the last 20 years. Gold Star families, men and women who've lost limbs, and because this narrative of, hey, maybe what they did was all in vain now, is out there. Personally, none of us should buy that. For 20 years, we have not been hit. We're going to be coming up on the anniversary of 9/11, and our nation has not been hit again with a major terrorist attack. I have no doubt why that's the case. It's because we've been on offense, and we've been going after these guys. It's hard to plan another attack on your country when you got SEAL Team 6 breathing down your neck, making sure you can't. So no one died in vain. No one sacrificed in vain. They've kept us safe for 20 years. And my view is any American who's ever served their country in a war, being asked to go fight or serve overseas and defend the liberty interests or national security interests of our country, or to take care of your buddy when you're over there, whether at Valley Forge or Iwo Jima or Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan, has ever sacrificed or died in vain. So just remember that. I know there's some veterans right now who did sacrifice over there, and they're starting to question what they did. Don't let them do that. Talk to them. Tell them you appreciate it, because this has been a rough week for a lot of people, but I guarantee it's been a really rough week for people who are now asking, as they look at their blown off leg, did I do this for the right reason? So don't let them do that. It's a big issue, and I think all of us can weigh in on that. Look, I know that's a little dreary here, but it is what it is. On more upbeat issues, tourism. You know, this part, I love this part of Alaska. I get in trouble sometimes when I play favorites. Where's Elena? But I do. And because the Kenai represents so many things: fishing, hunting, oil and gas industry, tourism, and everybody does it so well. It's got a spirit, a can-do spirit here that is really great. And we need it in other places in Alaska, in my view. We need it in other places in America. But so there's a lot here, and you all know it. Julie and I try and get down here a lot, which we do just because we love coming here. And but I think on tourism, you know, we had obviously a total disaster last year for reasons that everybody knows. And one of my biggest priorities, literally since we've hit this pandemic and with the new administration, which is a challenge, is getting our economy back going. And the tourism sector is huge. And I think we've made good progress. I know some of you saw the Alaska Tourism Restoration Act that your delegation worked really hard on after go to the Canadians and trying to get help from them on the cruise ship issue, which they wouldn't give us help on. So we were like, okay, screw it, we'll pass a law and bypass you guys. And they were like, sure you will. And then we did. So that's an issue that I think we want to look at maybe even long term. Because my view is if you have another country that has veto power over tourists who can come to Alaska, that's unacceptable. And look, the Canadians are our friends and allies, but they were not helpful at all. I was on the phone with a lot of their senior folks, so we just passed our own law. And maybe we'll make that permanent, and we won't have another country saying that they have veto power over who comes visit Alaska during the summer. So I think we're having a pretty good tourism season. I know we are okay here on the Kenai. It seems like a lot of places are recovering. But the cruise ships coming back to our state and a lot of the areas, I think, was really, really important. You know, when you go to the COVID relief funds, and I know Doug's here, I think it's finally coming out with regard to what we were able to get for the fisheries in both bills. I know that was a huge issue. It was a big issue for me when we were working on the relief funds. I know it's taken some time to actually get that money out, but it's $600 million in the two relief bills from last year, and about $100 million of that will be going to our fisheries. So I'm going to talk to Doug about where that is, but I think it's going to be soon, which we all still need. You know, I can kind of brag here. I think my team, both here with Elena on the Kenai, back home in DC, my office spends more time focused on fisheries, I think, than any other office in the U.S. Senate. We do, and we're very good. Sorry, I'm just going to brag. I'm not bragging about me. I'm talking about Larry, and I got a really good team on fisheries. So, you know, there's always challenges. One that I know was of interest here, the recreational quota entity, the RQE legislation. You know, we got that done last year. You may have seen it got vetoed. Wasn't because of the RQE, by the way. It was what we attached it to. I tried to, you know, talk to the White House saying, really sure the president wants to veto this thing? So we're trying to get that done again. That's an area where I think it brings together our charter guys, our commercial guys, you know, with regard to the halibut quota, and I think that is something that we'll continue to work on. You know, I am constantly pressing members of the Senate, members of any administration on the importance of fisheries for Alaska, but for America. You know, this sector of our economy here is huge, commercial and sport, and for the U.S. economy, huge. I like to say we're the superpower of seafood. You guys all know the numbers. We are, and as long as I'm your senator, we're going to continue to focus on that.
I will also mention, you may have seen this infrastructure package that got passed out of the Senate last week. I can talk a little bit more about that later, but you know, I'm a conservative senator who cares a lot about infrastructure. There are some things in that bill that I have problems with, but overall, for a state like ours that is resource rich, certainly with fisheries, oil, gas, minerals, but very infrastructure poor. We know it. And to me, making up that deficit on the historic challenges we have on infrastructure is really important. I like to cite this one fact. You know, the 1950s era, Eisenhower build out of infrastructure across America, we missed out on that, right? Connecticut has more road miles than we do, even though we're 118 times the size of that puny little state. And whether it's broadband or wastewater or other things like that, we rank dead last relative to every other state in the country. So we are able to get, there's a number of things in terms of the fisheries, in terms of AKLNG, which of course would benefit this part of our state, $18 billion in loan guarantees. And we also had, some of you may have seen, the head of the Corps of Engineers in Alaska for the Pacific region. He was out visiting Utiavik. I took him up to Barrow to see the challenges here. But importantly, he came to Kenai. He came here, looked at the bluff situation. And again, these guys, the Corps, whether it's our military buildup or civil works buildup, they're very, very focused on infrastructure for our state, which I think is absolutely, absolutely critical. So I'm just looking forward to hanging out, fishing tomorrow, seeing everybody who I love down here, Julie and I. And I want to thank the leadership of our state for doing this every year. And it's so important. It's a great kind of classic, literally a classic event. And it just gets the word out on so many important issues that relate to this great river, to this great industry, and all the people who make it happen. So we're really proud to be here. Thanks for waiting. Sorry we held you up here. And we'll see you at the reception. Thanks, Danielle.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Senator, and thank you again to all the panelists and for everyone for sticking around and having a great conversation today. Let's go out and fish. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, great. Look at that. Yay.
Official.
Yeah,
Senator,
oh,
will you
okay.
please move that chair for me, actually? Now that you're behind it, I notice it. There we go. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. Okay.
Yes, Meryl, how are you, my friend? Wow.